Yo, 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 yo. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? What's going on? Ow, frick. Dude, my heat not working. It's so fucking cold in here. I've got my heater blanket, though, so we're set. We are all set, boys. Don't worry about me. I've got this thing turned to 4. It's out of 4, though, so max power. Here we go. See? 4. So we good, boys. We don't need heat. Fuck it. Last month it was $400 anyway, so fuck it. No more fucking heat. I'm gonna burst these pipes. I don't care. I told them. I said, you want to charge us $400? Watch, no heat. And then I sabotaged the boiler. It doesn't work anymore. I threw sand in it. That'll show them. How's everyone doing? You're sweating it out? Oh, H, you're sweating it out? I'm freezing my ass off. What are you at the gym, buddy? Hell yeah. Or no, you're skating probably. Yeah, get sweaty, bro. What timing? I came in right as you said, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. What up, dudes? There was just an armed standoff with SWAT in California. Really? Inky, that's you? Good to know. What up, everybody? What kind of armed standoff? Armed SWAT standoff.
Because, you know, it's self-defense. But they got the guy. He had multiple weapons. He had multiple weapons with him at that residence. And
sounds like an American.
They didn't eliminate him. They got him through deterrence, and after that,
I'm gonna do the tea light candles under an upside down ceramic plant pot. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna tell the my downstairs neighbors. I'm gonna see what they think about making our own little heaters tonight. All right, let me go feed the kitties and we'll get started real quick. What up, everybody? Here, Black Death. Wait, where is it? Hold on. Here we go. Black Death has some new tracks going, so we'll listen to this for a minute. I don't want you to get sick of the Paul Apocalypse album. Apocalypse. All right, BRB, feed and squeaks.
Every one of them. This is on tape.
Pour my cereal milk. Now you're baptized.
Oh, frick.
Downsize the box of cap and crunch till we capsize. And bet the dead will keep walking for
all
their
right, BRB.
half-life. That's what happens when you freeze the planet till it cracks.
Twitch streams copy?
These cartoons like big
maybe just give it a minute.
These commercials feel so real. You look down and have the scabs. Vote or die, won't matter. It's dope that was so past it. Went pop, now it's 2 leaders fighting over coke habits. Politics is dirty water, cat hair in our cereal milk. Y'all materialistic, nothing feels real. I just feel sick. Y'all trying to hustle to heaven till Jake takes you to State Farm. Get snake charm, gave a handshake with a fake arm. Cash only, but I'll take charge. In trouble now, trying to escape the fate of a brave heart. Double down on every 11 and pray for a face card. Nothing left but stiff bodies. Get guided as soon as you step in the graveyard. Where is the sun when I feel cold? When is the world gonna make me feel whole? Where are the stars when it's dark outside? Why have I felt alone all my life? Where's the sun when I feel cold? When is the world gonna make me feel whole? Where are the stars when it's dark outside? Why have I felt alone all my life? It's all destitution, they bet that you'll eventually lose. No retribution or pressing snooze, no landmine as soon as I step in the room. Mailbox bomb, butterfly effect, here to do what I was sent to do. Everybody stand back and don't get confused. I couldn't get room in a petting zoo. The revolution won't be a tale they're telling to you, or a sailor selling to you. And it's here in the hell we prove, but damn, you can tell it's true. Planet felt used, a trapdoor for plans that fell through. Sun created you to melt you. I have a bone to pick like boneless wings. So sick from putting hope in things. Bullshit that I'm just now noticing. I don't even like the smell of the coke they drink. Where is the sun when I feel cold? When is the world gonna make me feel whole? Where are the stars when it's dark outside? Why have I felt alone all my life? Where is the sun when I feel cold? When is the world gonna make me feel whole? Where are the stars when it's dark outside? Why have I felt alone all my life? No hell, no heaven. Go tell your reverend. No hell, no heaven. Oh well, oh brethren. Before I saw her, I swear that my soul was dead. An angel just stole my whole head. We collided face first in the sky. I was so nervous, I don't even know what I said. I'm a realist, I just want her to feel less pain. She's fearless, better tears smell like fresh rain. I was blessed to change, but left to the head games. Just wanted to hold you while you sleep and support your dreams like bed frames. It's that first love poem that you try to write in cursive when you're this vulnerable. I don't even know if hiding works. It's that first date type of nervous. Every time our eyes meet, it's like lightning, it's lighting the circuits. I swear we're not even eating food, there's no reason to. I'm just trying to see it through like eating through a feeding tube. Without you, I'm just dead and really feeling blue. I don't believe the truth, like this bullet's gonna need the proof. They want me to suffer, and as long as these bloodsuckers complying, it's always I wanted to love her. But you tried loving something that's dying. We didn't write the cookbook, we just stir up the mixture. Whoever created all this is the artist, and we're just the picture. First time I saw you, I swear the floor touched my jaw. You were birthed from a god, let me worship your flaws. All the anxiety in the world combined, but I swear I'm not nervous at all. Getting this high would always be worth the fall. She brings paradise wherever she goes. Thinking how could anyone not love her as I try to catch every flower petal she throws. She's like the sun, but her energy grows. The weight of her existence is a crush, like just let it be known. No hell, no heaven. Go tell your reverend. No hell, no heaven. Oh well, oh brethren. Before I saw her, I swear that my soul was dead. An angel just stole my whole head. We collided face first in the sky. I was so nervous, I don't even know what I said. Someone coming from my job, they know I work hard, so I just shrugged it off. I got up real early for my morning shift. Welcome to the eerie cemetery, who's ready to dig some new graves and all that other boringness. Lately been feeling like I have no real care in the world. Am I even here if I'm staring above? Head in the clouds, air in my lungs, where am I now? Job has me feeling a little dead in the ground, sharing my blood like I'll never get found. So really, where is the love? Dig, dig, till you hit stone. Dig, dig, till you hit bone. It is the end of the road. This grave will never get closed. Every job is a different version of till you dig. Came to the conclusion that we all make the same living. Just take me away from this wretched chain prison. Anyone can take my place, who turn as if to play the victim. Hate having to see people deal with loss daily, like we're all lying to ourselves that we're not crazy, not religious, but now asking God to save me.
This beat and this rap are incredible.
One lady looked just like my mom, got took by surprise. Whose pictures on this paper that they're passing now? There's no way we share the same.
This is a nasty beat, Mac.
Ignoring the question I'm asking aloud, like, do I even work at this graveyard? Everyone acting like it's not even downpouring. Was right then I remember the fresh dug hole I found this morning. Dig, dig, till you hit stone. Dig, dig, till you hit bone.
No boots today.
The end of the road. This grave
might be bad, bros.
Every job's a different version of grave digging. Came to the conclusion that we all share the same ending. Take me away on some breaking and entering, till I forget my own face like what they remembering.
You put at ease by helping to create the final resting place for a loved one.
I've just never had a chance to start a life and to go out there and live and know what the world was like.
Oh, you want to hear the song too? While we're here, might as well, right? I want to hear it one more time too. Dig, dig, till you hit bone.
If I told you
I haven't changed anything yet.
Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth?
Fuck the FBI, wizards of propaganda. And that's word to all the charred corpses at Waco, Texas. Before I was even questioned, you already got your answer. I was charged for having a voice like a payphone message. It's all respect, but a great loss of love till it's bounty on your head. Paper towel to stop the blood, might as well arrest Congress too. It's all fucked, they don't respect the Constitution. They look for loopholes and chop it up. If you want something deviled, you gotta break a couple of eggs. I'ma see how much chaos I can fit inside this truck bed. Till it's 168 dead, 19 kids who truly lives. I'm the baby held by the dead mother at Ruby Bridge. I'm losing it, and the proofs and the hallucinogens. Follow the white rabbit now, let loose from the Loomy bin. Don't listen to the news again, it's all a lottery like karma coming for anyone trying to give truth a spin. Who is Tim?
Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim? Who is Tim?
I don't know.
Who is Tim, bitch? Who is
I think
Timmy
he's my dad.
Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim?
I don't know.
Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy McVeigh?
Yo, everything was so much simpler back in the day, before the internet came and started having its way, before these pesky-ass hooligan kids tweeting and twitting exposed the whole plot of us FBI bitches. If you only knew what I was capable of, the lives I've destroyed and the buildings I've turned to dust, you'd call me God or the devil or maybe Yahweh. You can call me any name you want except Timmy McVeigh.
Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch?
You can't call me Timmy McVeigh. Nope.
Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch?
Who is Paul? Who is Paul? Makes a Timmy McVeigh.
Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch?
Just don't call me Timmy McVeigh.
Who is Paul,
Please.
Who is Paul, bitch?
Don't point out the obvious and call me Timmy McVeigh.
If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth?
Stop saying that.
If I told you Timothy was Paul,
He's not. Don't listen to him.
would you hear the truth?
It's not true. Paul is not Timothy. Stop saying that. Black Death, are you saying Graveyard Shift was your highest rated lyrics? That's awesome. Graveyard Shift is sick. Where in the world is Paul Weisopel? We gotta know, boys. Alright, dudes, welcome. Welcome. Thanks for coming, hanging out at the Cat Dad Show. Hope you're swell. Hope you're doing grand. Someone sent this in the Discord. Alev did. No, wait, this isn't Alev's video. Where'd it go? Oh, Zylaria did. Becca Day, shout out.
Sonogram photos in the files is different than some of the other photos and emails related to pregnancy that we have seen thus far. So as you guys know, so far we've seen a lot of things related to pregnancy. There is a video sonogram in the files of an unknown baby. There are countless emails where girls are coming to Jeffrey to let him know that they're pregnant. But what's different about...
Play us DMB again? What DMB? What song do you want to hear, Che?
This sonogram is the date. This sonogram was taken in 2024. Jeffrey had long passed away at this point. 2024? Whose baby is this? Is this one of Jeffrey's frozen seeds? That is so incredibly recent.
Fantastic find. Go watch the full video from the OG content creator. Tag them below right here. And let me happily fill in some holes for this because what is up? My name is Laura and I am your donor conceived person.
Spiral, me and Skitteroni are split up. No bad. There was no teams. No one did anything wrong. Nothing awful happened. We both love each other still very much. We're not together right now. Yeah, she's not here. But if you see her in the wild, give her your love. Go fucking drop fatty stacks on the Skitter store. The Cosmic Ripple. All that energy work is still good, boys. But, yeah.
Of TikTok. So not only do we have the contract between Jeffrey and California Cryobank from 2016 about storing his swimmers at their facility, here are the contracts. Here are the emails. I also have an email going back to 2012 of California Cryobank emailing him and asking if he's ready to renew his storage of his own specimen. And remember, by 2012, 2016, this guy is a known SA offender.
I mean, you guys can pick teams if you want. That's fine. I mean, yeah. No.
Plus, if you specifically go to this piece of the contract with California Cryobank, it asks what they should do if the client is deceased. One option is the specimen gets destroyed immediately, but he picked that his gametes would go back to his estate. And please understand that swimmers, if properly frozen, can stay viable for certainly 50 years. And California Cryobank being the...
She does make beautiful energy technology. That nothing has changed there whatsoever.
The largest cryobank in the United States certainly has the capability of doing that. And I'm not done yet. Jeffrey was also getting countless emails about egg freezing. People asking him where should they go, letting him know how their egg freezing process was going. He even paid for egg freezing medication. And I'm not done yet. Jeffrey was working very closely with Dr. Harry Fish, a urologist who specialized in male fertility. We have checks being paid to Dr. Harry Fish, plenty of email correspondence. And with how much Jeffrey was talking about designer babies, human cloning, genetic editing, this is getting very scary. And in terms of Jeffrey's own gametes, given these emails, given these contracts, I don't know much how he had on ice, how often he was making deposits.
Yeah, it hurts me every time Cat Dad has to explain. No, this is no regrets, This is what loving out loud. This happens sometimes. It's okay. I wouldn't change anything. Life's just complicated. That's all. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. And yeah, it's hard. There's a missing voice in the chat for sure. I get it. But yeah, dudes. We're all going to get through it. It's going to be okay.
If there were withdrawals, I don't know. But the fact that he chose to have his gametes go back to his estate upon being deceased, and we're seeing sonograms from 2024, I am getting freaked out over how many puzzle pieces we continue to find every single day. What do you all think? Because I'm just flat out scared.
Don't be
Stop
scared,
scrolling,
dude.
you need to see this.
One of the sonogram photos in
Scared of what? Jeffrey Epstein? He's dead, dude. He's got an egg-shaped dick. What? What are you even talking about? Scared of a dude with an egg-shaped one? A egg dick? Dude, what are you talking about? Bro, I'm telling you, if we saw all these billionaires naked, no one would ever respect these people again. Just imagine them naked. Imagine the tiniest little wieners. Not that that means anything. As my dad said, it's how you wiggle the worm. But you know these billionaires, they don't have the worm and they don't know how to wriggle it. So, yeah, dude. These egg-shaped dick-having loser-ass bitches that all got bullied, and that's why they are the way they are.
the files.
All right, let's watch some CoffeeZilla. Yeah, we're all here for each other. Parker, did you see the episode from last night did go back up? I saw you asked about that earlier. Like I said during stream last night, I was like, even every time I watched Trevor Moore, if I watch it on YouTube, I'll get like a strike. But I watched it on TikTok. I don't know if it's the frame size or what, but for some reason, or maybe it's shorter. But yeah, I didn't realize until I think it was Rin told me. But yeah, if you guys notice that, feel free to let me know because I don't always catch that. I didn't catch it till Rin told me it was down. But yeah, it's because they don't want us watching Trevor Moore, dude. Literally, whoever owns Trevor Moore shit, copyright strikes everyone who watches it. And that's not a money thing. That's a limiting interaction with his content shit. It's why they killed him. So they could control it. And then, you know what? Look, like... And then his buddy, the director guy, he's making all these movies. And Weapons was fine, but like... I don't know, it wasn't really like an overt critique of America, which Trevor absolutely would have done. So, it's kind of how they always do it. It's like, what's his face? Patrice Lumumba? Remember when he got assassinated? The way that they did it, I think, was that they had his second in command give him up, and then they let his second in command be a dirty-ass dictator for a few years until he ruined everything or whatever. I kind of forget what happens, but this is just always what happens. No offense to that guy, but he was Trevor Moore's second in command. He was no Trevor Moore. Sorry. But so they took Trevor Moore out by throwing him over his balcony, and now they won't let any of us watch his shit or share it. I mean, even when we were I was trying to show you kitty history last night, there isn't a single clip on TikTok that's longer than 60 seconds. That's not for money shit. Trevor Moore would want everyone to see that stuff. But they killed him, and now his estate is hiding it all. Weird. Why? What do I know, though? I'm just a goofy little guy who doesn't have any heat in his apartment.
Disgusted by the way this is all a big joke. I am increasingly...
Yeah, this is where I'm at. I'm sick of being the fucking adult, dude. I am not an adult. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy here. I literally just became conscious, it feels like a few months ago. How the fuck are we the adults? We got these people wearing suits acting like literal toddlers. Bro, if Pam Bondi was my kid and she was acting the way she was last night, you know she'd be getting a backhand. The fuck? These people are up here acting like children. killing people with bombs and stuff. That's child behavior. We're letting a bunch of children run the company, or the country. Yeah, the company. America, the company. Literally. I'm sick of it. It's so insane that they're like making a mockery of literal child torture and abuse and rape. Like they can't even have a little bit of like just decorum. Just pretend to be distraught by how fucked up this shit is. Nope, they're like, it's Donald Trump has committed no crimes. Donald Trump has been convicted of crimes. What are you talking about? You can't just lie. Everybody just gets to lie. The fuck? We got a bunch of liars running shit. I fucking hate liars, dude.
Disgusted by the way this is all a big joke to liars like Howard Lutnick, who deceived the American public about the status of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
That guy was there. I wasn't going.
Now he testifies under oath that he actually went to the island of the creep and brought his kids.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children.
Nevertheless, every time Epstein is brought up,
brought his kids to the island.
This guy can't stop chuckling. Here's Lutnick laughing again when Trump is addressing a question about Epstein.
To talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I don't know. I could ask you that question.
He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. And maybe it's because they really think we are buying it. Maybe it's because they think, hey, we're just going to get away with this. We can just keep, the lies are so brazen, so audacious, so in your face, that it is actually funny to them. And you know what? I have to agree that the way the FBI and DOJ have been treating this is a joke. Because we just talked to a congressman who passed the Epstein Transparency Act. As part of it, the DOJ was supposed to release all the Epstein files with no redactions except for survivors. That didn't happen. Several of the survivors' names were left unredacted, and several of the perpetrators' names were left redacted.
Is an email that was sent by the victims' lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. The title of this one is Child.
My favorite part, dude, okay, so you see this? These are all these white redactions are names that they redacted because they weren't redacted because they're all the victims, all the survivors. Literally, the DOJ is supposed to redact all survivers and not redact the conspirators. But instead, they did the opposite. They said, oh, fuck, we thought it was reversed. It was opposite day when we read that. We're so confused. So the white is all the survivors that they redacted. The one black redaction was what the DOJ did, and it was one of the lawyers. Incredible.
Trafficking. Co-conspirators. Fully redacted.
But in response to criticism that they had over-redacted, they said, hey, we're so transparent, we're going to let you guys come and see the unredacted files to the congressman. The problem is, guess what happened when those congressmen showed up? This. The unredacted files, many of them, were redacted underneath the redaction. There were 2 layers of redactions. By the time the DOJ got them, they were already redacted. So what they're looking at is an unredacted, redacted copy of the Epstein files. This is at the same time that the FBI has a government project to build a next generation redaction tool where they claim they need multi-layer redaction management. And you can see it here where a representative talks about getting to see the quote unredacted files. He says the search function didn't actually work. Half the stuff I was looking for was still redacted. We couldn't write on files we brought in. We shared 4 computers for 435 members of Congress. So what is this actually? This is transparency theater. This
incredible.
Is not real transparency. It is actually a joke. Here's another joke. The FBI just concluded again that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't running a ring for powerful men. But when the public
like, why are we taking these people seriously? Truly. Seriously, what the fuck is going on, bro? The FBI is a fake agency. They shouldn't exist. We should make them not exist. Same with the government. It's a fake agency, literally stealing your money. It's honestly it's a gang. They're a gang making us pay fucking protection. It's the mafia. Stop fucking paying them. Exempt. We have to bleed them. They have broken their contract. It is okay for us to break our contract with them. Fuck them. These motherfuckers, dude. People are so underreacting and it's pissing me off. I'm starting to get fucking pissed.
Was asked about this just the other day. 94% believe that he was. So obviously there's a huge gap between what the FBI says they believe.
I mean, dude, people on fucking on the internets, on TikTok and Twitter and shit are talking about the fucking midterms. What are you talking about? You're talking about elections? Oh, fucking elections? What? Yeah, taxation, extortion. Bro, they literally fucking stopped paying taxes over raising the price of tea 2% or something. We pay so much taxes, and these motherfuckers eat babies. I don't fucking care.
And what the public, who has now at this point seen most of the same files, say they believe. If anything, the FBI, by definition, would have access to more evidence. And yet, with the files that we already do have, 94% of the public say, yeah, Epstein obviously was trafficking.
Here,
but
actually,
the FBI, of course.
Mandy Matney had a really good Instagram post about what they're doing, and it's really fucking making me mad. And it's working, and it's making everyone not care because no one can fucking stay focused for 2 seconds about anything. Where's her post? I freaking saw it earlier. Hold on, I'll find it on my phone.
Isn't investigating new parties. They say there's no evidence for it.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And
like, what is considered evidence? We have ultrasounds. We have pictures. We have video. We have emails. We have explicit emails saying exactly what the torture video you sent me was awesome. Thanks. I had sex with that 16-year-old Snow White that you procured for me. Thank you for doing that for Chase Bank. Sincerely, Jess Staley, president of the bank. I mean, if and none of this is evidence of crimes, boys, I'm telling you, crime is on the table. You can do whatever you want. Go kidnap. Everyone should go kidnap Savannah Guthrie because apparently nothing will ever happen. Jokes, 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 jokes. Don't do that because then you'd have Savannah Guthrie in your house and you'd have to fucking deal with her mouth. What a nightmare that would be, right? Can you imagine? God. It would be a kidnapping turned suicide. Dude, someone kidnaps Savannah Guthrie and then ends up paying Savannah Guthrie's family to take her back from them. They're like, dude, I don't want anything from you. I'll pay you $1,000 if you take Savannah back. And Nancy Guthrie's like, absolutely not. After what that broad did to me, putting me in the sewer for 2 weeks, no. You can keep her. One of the pics in the files straight shows a blacked out blob between two turkeys on a table, and sticking out from the black blob is a foot, still on the leg and clearly on a platter. Yep. There's just blatant nude children everywhere. They have so many redacted photos in Jeffrey Epstein's house of young children. So that's not evidence. No, there is no evidence. Hundreds and hundreds of people claiming that he abused them. Thousands of affidavits. No evidence. Yeah, the feds have all the information. I mean, dude, and they're giving us the bullshit, too. This is the bullshit. Imagine what else they have. It's a leg and a foot of a dead child? Bro, I've never seen it. I haven't seen that one. Cannibalism is legal in every state except Idaho. What does Idaho know? Idaho been knowing. I mean, doesn't Idaho only have like 6,000 people living in it? That makes sense, honestly. Why they could get a no cannibalism. Dude, honestly, the best thing to do, yeah, because I've been to Boise, and what a beautiful city, but man, do the people of Idaho not deserve that state. They absolutely don't. Dude, so many people in Idaho are miserable pricks and awful. There's only like 10,000 people there, right? So what if we all just go to Idaho and steal that state from them and then become a sovereign country, and then we go to war with America from the inside? Idaho's the next Utah? You mean the Mormons are going to take it? No, but what if we take it? We'll call it Cat Dadistan. We'd need a better port. That's true. We'd have no ports. We'd have no bodies of water. I guess I'm numb to it. Yeah, you mean all this bullshit? Yeah, I'm just like, we've known it, but now it's like here slapping everyone in the face and they're still debating. What are you debating? It's crazy. No, I know there's I know there's dicks and lovely folks in every place. I just like being I forget what the word is. I went to Boise to get one of my cats, and had an awful fucking time there. But it was juxtaposed with being in like one of the most beautiful places ever. Dude, the Capitol at Boise is insane. It's like a sandstone Capitol, and then it's got these beautiful mountains in the background. Yeah, let's occupy the cathedrals. That too. We got to take Portland, Oregon as well. Yeah, let's take Portland, Maine too. So if someone's like, which Portland? You're like, either one. Idaho's next to it. The Utah people may have been eating them. Who? Idahoans? Che, are you saying what are we going to take the states with? What? Our good looks? Yeah, absolutely. It only costs money to FOIA if it goes over 50 or 100 pages, I'm pretty sure. I think the first 50 pages are free. You're trying to deprogram your dad, Barry? Good. Chet Moosin, don't even say whitest kids you know anarchy sketch. You're trying to get me docked again. You're trying to get me in trouble with YouTube again. I literally got my stream last night taken down for watching whitest kids you know. Oh, the Capitol probably wouldn't have looked as beautiful if you didn't have a drastically polarizing experience like that lady with the cat. What lady with the cat? Or you mean me getting the cat? That dynamic can actually create the heavenly experiences. Yeah, but we're also going to create the heavenly experiences when we own Idaho as Cat Dadistan and all the meanie heads are gone. No, I'm just kidding. We're not gonna do a Zionism. Yeah, why did they make a law? What was the thing that, when did they make this law? What year? That's important.
The information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files.
In the case file.
Okay, even if you believe what he says, after the revelation that the FBI themselves thought there were 4 co-conspirators in the previous draft indictment, they later said they thought they had 10 co-conspirators. Now you're supposed to believe, nope, no women were trafficked to any of these people. Epstein was working alone. It might be surprising to learn then that the DOJ and FBI under Pam Bondi and Cash Patel.
Oh, Idaho passed the no cannibalism law because Washington State passed human composting and they didn't want human bones and shit in our food supply. Wait, like using human bodies to compost plants? Why can't they just do normal shit with our bodies? Why the fuck do they have to either put them in a metal tube or they want to make people eat our bodies when they're dead? Why can't we just go in the fucking ground? Just leave us be. Put us under a tree and don't grow food on top of us.
Who ran on the idea of releasing these files have not talked to people who say they were victimized by Jeffrey Epstein. This was brought out 2 different times. I want to watch both of them with you because it's astonishing.
Oh yeah, proving Paul is Tim would be more expensive. Yeah, I know what you. Okay, I see what you mean. Well, and dude, I've tried to FOIA them. They don't even. Dude, I've FOIA'd the FBI for Paul's name and they won't give me anything. They won't even say they have anything. They didn't even get back to me. They just ignored that one. This is like, I know we're so right on all this. These assholes.
You hear someone say, we have no credible evidence on other perpetrators, only to learn you.
But yeah, if anyone else wants to try and FOIA for them, maybe they just give me shit, you know? Maybe someone else can sneak one through. I missed the connection? What connection? Something Sherlock said? Yeah. I think I may FOIA request everything about the 2004 Deltona case. If it breaks the Paul lore wide open, why not try, right? What is that case? Paul was assigned to the Deltona case, and maybe he touched something in the crime scene during the investigations, perhaps. Because Paul and Tim are ostensibly the same person. Wait, how was Timothy McVeigh? Oh, wait. I read in Substack by an author named Miles Mathis that Timothy McVeigh was at one time listed as a suspect in the Deltona massacre crimes in Florida in 2004. Apparently, they found a fingerprint. What? Miles Mathis? Xbox murders. Paul's obsessed with Xbox. But the system kicked back as Timothy McVeigh, but that didn't make sense if McVeigh was executed in June 2001. Well, Paul was totally working from FBI Florida at the time. Got me thinking that perhaps Paul was assigned to the Deltona case and maybe he touched something in the crime scene during the investigation. Perhaps because Paul and Tim are ostensibly the same. Okay, I see what you're saying. I think I may FOIA request everything about... Yeah, okay, yeah. Do that, please. And if we can prove that Paul was assigned to that case at that time, then that's it. We got him. Plus, it would be government documentation that Paul and McVeigh's fingerprints are identical. Okay, yeah, please do. If it costs a bunch of money, let me know, and I would pool with you for that. So what's the deal with this Deltona case? Xbox murders.
This is Prime Crime.
Prime Crime
Network.
What may be the most gruesome crime in Volusia County's history is coming back into the spotlight.
Yes, sentencing is now scheduled to be next week for two of the people convicted in what's known as the Xbox murders. They were tried for the deaths of 6 people and a dog in Deltona back in 2004.
West Claire Metz reports on the new push for death sentences.
Paul killed a dog? Dude, tell me that there wasn't FBI involvement without telling me there was FBI involvement. A dog's dead and they're trying to say that no cops were involved? What are you talking about?
Against Troy Victorino and Jerome Hunter.
Telford Lane was a nightmarish crime scene when law enforcement arrived in August of 2004. 6 young people beaten with bats, stabbed with knives, a dog stomped to death. Evidence of the violence in almost every room of the house.
Stomped to death?
Ringleader Troy Victorino was angry that he'd been discovered squatting in the then vacant home by the owner's granddaughter, victim Erin Belanger. And angry she still had some of his belongings, including an Xbox game. The murders have often been called the Xbox killings. Ms. Belanger was in the house with friends Michelle Nathan, Francisco Io Ramon, Anthony Vega, Roberto Gonzalez, and Jonathan Gleason on the night of August 6th when Troy Victorino orchestrated a massacre.
It's my testimony. I'm innocent, and I was not at that crime scene.
Victorino, along with Jerron Hunter, Robert Cannon, and Michael Salas, were connected to the crimes. And in 2006, Victorino, Hunter, and Salas were tried, convicted, and sentenced. Cannon did not go to trial, taking a plea deal right before the start. Cannon and Salas got life in prison, but Victorino and Hunter were sentenced to death.
Dude, Shaners, for sure. Serial killers are MK Ultra people. Yeah.
In 2017, those death sentences were overturned.
Ted Bundy, Dahmer, Gacy, I'm convinced was one of these traffickers for kids. He was getting kids for the FBI.
Because the jury verdicts were not unanimous. Troy Victorino and Jerron Hunter were booked into the Volusia County Jail Monday in advance of the resentencing hearing set to begin next week. This will only be about sentencing. The first-degree murder convictions against the men stand. The state attorney's office.
I found a file saying John W. Nichols worked security for Bill and Hillary and tried to frame someone with a 3-letter name for the OKC bombing. Dude, also, how fucked is it that they don't let you download all of the files at once in a zip the way that they used to? It's so fucking annoying. Okay, here's the file. Okay, this is Epstein Jeffrey, child sex trafficking. Time received, October 27th, 2020. Great, day before my birthday. Blank, date of birth, blank, cellular telephone number, blank. Called the FBI National Threat Operations Center to report potential information related to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Around 97, he made contact with blank, date of birth, whom he had known for 6 or 7 years prior, as they had a son together. Blank and blank ended up dating. As blank explained, she was having money issues and problems with their daughters. Noted they were friends from before. During the contact in 97, asked how to spell Ghislaine numerous times. As blank noted, she had taken her daughters up to see one of the supposed fathers who lived in Niagara Falls, New York recently. Blank reported she had met a lady who invited her daughters blank to a fancy hotel and met Donald Trump and some of his friends in 97. Blank continued asking blank how to spell Ghislaine, implying Ghislaine had given her money and would give her additional money if needed. On Christmas Eve of 99, the day prior, blank was over visiting his son, who he had with blank years prior. Blank began talking to blank as she seemed to be acting strange and asked blank if he needed a ride home. Blank asked about his time driving a limousine for 2 years in the Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas area. During blank time as a driver, he had met Donald Trump. He noted he picked the president up in 95 and took him to the DFW airport. He reported some of things Trump had spoken about during the ride while on his cell phone were very concerning. He reported he was a few seconds from pulling the limousine over on the median, and within a few seconds of pulling him out of the car and hurting him due to some of the things he was saying, as caller chose not to. He noted Trump continuously stated the name Jeffrey while on the phone and made references to abusing some girl. He was sure who he was talking to nor who he was referencing, as blank talked about his time meeting Donald Trump. Blank immediately... Dude, I'm so sick of these redactions. Stone cold, as he stated, he raped me, and said, what, as blank replied Donald Trump had raped her along with Jeffrey Epstein. Dude, how many times do we have to hear Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein raped someone together? This is like, there's been like 10 people. All these people are making it up together. The collective conscious just gets together for rape accusations. Blank advised blank to call the police regarding the incident, as blank stated, I can't, they will kill me. On Christmas Day, they contacted blank, stated that she had in fact called the police about what they had talked about. Blank reached out to Blank stating that Blank was dead and noted she was found with her head blown off in Kiefer, Oklahoma. Officers on the scene and Blank stated that there was no way it was a suicide. Coroner stated it was a suicide. Blank later stated Blank committed suicide because Blank had gotten cocaine from a Mexican drug cartel. Blank feels the murder is a cover for Jizz Lane. The coroner said it was a suicide because they committed suicide because she had gotten cocaine from a Mexican drug cartel? What? Okay, here we go. During Blank report, he mentioned John Doe number 2 was actually John W. Nichols, who tried to originally set Blank up for bombing in Oklahoma City. Nichols, wait, John Nichols? Is he related to Terry? What? Nichols worked security for Bill and Hillary as Blank ate at a place where Nichols worked security at the door. Hillary walked up to Blank drunk and began yelling as they asked Blank to leave and fired Nichols, which led Nichols to attempt to set up Blank for the bombing. The fuck? Who's John Nichols? John W. Nichols is one. The oil industry is one big family. No matter who is drilling a hole in the ground, we are all on the sidelines rooting for him to strike oil. Ain't that the truth, dude? See, they've got class consciousness, bro. I mean, how many fucking Nichols are there in Oklahoma area? An Oklahoma native, John W. Nichols, graduated from the University of Oklahoma with a bachelor's degree in business in 1936. Jesus Christ. And later earned his CPA. He got a bachelor's degree before World War II. Wait. Oh, OU is probably Oklahoma University. I thought it was Ohio. No, Ohio State's OSU. Never mind. So he's an oil dude? Robert Nichols? Was Terry living in Oklahoma City? I forget. Paul wasn't even from there, right? He was living at fucking Elohim City. He was a wanderer. Anyway. Is the 3-letter name Tim? I don't know what are these short names? During Blank report, he mentioned John Doe number 2 was actually John W. Nichols, who tried to originally set Tim up for the bombing in Oklahoma City. Nichols worked security for Bill and Hillary Clinton as Tim ate at a place where Nichols worked security at the door. Hillary walked up to Tim, drunk, and began yelling as they asked Tim to leave and fired Nichols, which led Nichols to attempt to set up Tim for the bombing. So wait, they're saying there's a totally separate Nichols. Bro, so John Doe 2, they're saying, is this guy John W. Nichols. Is that what this is saying? This was said in 2020? He said, because so John Doe 2, but this dude would have been old as shit. He would have been like 80 years old. I'm so confused. That can't be the same person. That old ass oil guy? I wish we had his fucking date of birth. Why are we protecting these people? Get me this unredacted right now. I wasn't even looking for this, and it was at the bottom of a nearly unrelated thing. Yeah, actually, you know what? Here, we should do this though. See, how ridiculous is this? Let me download all. I'm just going to download a couple of these OKC ones and see if anything cool pops up. Hopefully, maybe they posted a duplicate and forgot to redact parts of the other one. We'll see. Fingers crossed. These are all probably going to be like dumb newspaper articles or something. Oh, wait. Also, you know what we should do? Damn. Okay, here we go. Here's some of the files I just downloaded that had OKC in them. Charisma Edge, Associate Warden. This dude's name is Charisma Edge. That's pretty awesome, actually. Associate Warden. Suicide Watch Chronological Log. Epstein. What does this have to do with the Oklahoma City bombing? Every 10 minutes they're right. Inmate Epstein is sitting on the edge of his bed. Pensive? So who wrote this? Inmate Epstein laid down. Inmate is laying on his right hand side, appearing to be asleep. Every 9 minutes, every couple minutes they're writing this shit. Inmate Epstein woke up, asked for toilet paper and the time. Inmate Epstein is sitting at the edge of his bed. Inmate Epstein asked to speak with his attorney. 7 minutes later, inmate Epstein is sitting on the edge of his bed. 7 minutes later, inmate Epstein is pacing around. 7 minutes later, inmate Epstein is sitting on the edge of his bed. He mentioned to me that he is hungry. 9 minutes later, inmate Epstein says he feels his throat swollen. He drank water. Can you imagine having to write every 5 minutes what inmate Epstein is doing? Inmate Epstein is pacing around, looking out the window. 10 minutes later, detectives at... Can't read that one. Dr. Imori is still speaking with inmate Epstein. Inmate Epstein is sitting on the edge of his bed. This is all before 9:30 a.m. 9 minutes later, inmate Epstein asks for the time. 9:45, inmate Epstein is sitting on the edge of his bed. 10 o'clock, inmate Epstein asked to speak with his attorney. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my goodness. Epstein appears to be sleeping. Epstein has shifted to his right side, appears to be sleeping at the time. So, dude, every 5 minutes, they're literally writing all these documents, all these lines or whatever. And you're telling me that when Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, they both fell asleep while they were supposed to be doing this, and the cameras failed. What luck, dude. (7/24/19). When was that? July 24th. So this is like basically 2 weeks before he died. He died on, died August 10th, 2019. Epstein sleeping. Woke at 4:25 to ask the time, and he appears to be drifting back to sleep. He just keeps going, what's the time? What's the time? What time is it? What time is it? Hey, what time is it? Appears to be sleeping. Epstein has woke up to use the bathroom, urine, and has drank some water. He asked what time was breakfast and medical. I don't see any Oklahoma City mention. What the fuck? Oh my god, this is like... Dude, this is like 300 pages or some shit. Timothy Shea. Tim, I made 2 edits. Clarifications below. These are all like news cable things. I want some emails from Paul Y. Sopel. Imagine Paul Y. Sopel was in here. That would have been so awesome. These are just like fucking dumb spy cables. Jane Doe 1, Jane Doe 2 reply to government's response to their motion for finding violations of the Crime Victims' Rights Act and request for a hearing on appropriate remedies. The Reichstag fire, what the fuck? The Annals of Unsolved Crimes by Edward J. Epstein. Wait. Who's Edward J. Epstein? Loners, but were they alone? The Lincoln assassination. The Reichstag fire, the Lindbergh kidnapping, JFK's assassination, the assassination of Olaf Palme, the anthrax attack on America. That was literally fucking Joseph Mengele. The Pope's assassin. Are we talking about J.D. Vance? Suicide, accident, or disguised murder. The Mayerling incident, the hanging of God's banker. Death of Dag Hammarskjöld. The strange death of Marilyn Monroe. Crash of Enrico Mattei. Disappearance of Lin Biao. Elimination of General Zia. The submerged spy. Cold case files. Jack the Ripper. Harry Oakes murder. Black Dahlia. These are all like killing of John Benet Ramsey. Zodiac. Bro. Jimmy Hoffa. Dubai Hit Squad. The Oklahoma, solved or unsolved, the Oklahoma City bombing, the O.J. Simpson nullification, enduring mystery of the assassination. Yo, what the fuck? I need this right now. Wait. It's a book. The Annals of Unsolved Crime by Edward J. Epstein. I gotta get this shit. Who is this? Is this his brother? Edward J. Epstein died January 2024. He was an American investigative journalist and political science professor at Harvard. What a cuck. I gotta get this book, dude. In his 1996 book, Dossier, The Secret History of Armand Hammer. Yeah, oil tycoon. I'm pretty sure he's related to Army Hammer. Yeah, great-grandson, Army Hammer. And guess what? Remember Army Hammer? Remember everyone was like, oh, Army Hammer's a cannibal? What's up with that? Yeah, because look, they're all American oligarchs. I gotta get this fucking Jeffrey Epstein, this J. Edward Epstein book. Fucking A. That's probably Jeffrey's uncle. Incredible. So yeah, this dude probably has all the secrets. Amazing. Why are they blanking out years? Dude, their redactions are so bullshit. Yeah, you can't copy and paste on that shit. Anyway. Alright, let's stop digging for a minute. Let's just watch some CoffeeZilla.
You never talk to the women who were allegedly trafficked.
At the age of 14 and 16 years old, and they called to meet with the president.
You saw emails between the two Epsteins? Shut the fuck up. Wait, hold on. Yeah, look, wait. There is emails between these two bitches. Leslie Groff. Can Edward J. Epstein see J.E. next week? Oh, bro, I'm ordering this book. What if he's in there, he's like, Timothy McVeigh works for the FBI. I know this because my uncle Jeffrey Epstein works for the government. All right, hold on. Let's pick a couple of these and see if there's anything good. Can Edward J. Epstein see Jeffrey Epstein next week? This to-do is stored on an IMAP server. It is managed by mail. Can Edward J. Epstein see J.E. next week? Has no due date, is incomplete, has no priority, is stored in the mail, to-do calendar, has the following alarms. What the fuck? These people are so weird. From Edward J. Epstein. Wait. From Jeffrey Epstein, the story in Colombia is that one Secret Service agent did not pay the right amount to the prostitute. She went to the police. Sound familiar? Then Jeffrey says, wait, this is at like noon, and then at 8 o'clock, he goes, come by at 6:45 if you are free. Sorry for all the typos. Dude, you can't talk. I'm at JFK, just landed. Spent day with DSK yesterday. Who's DSK? Come by at 6:45 if you are free. I can't tonight. Is your interview still going forward from... This is from Jeffrey to Edward J. Epstein. April 4th, 2012. Is your interview still going forward? Yes, it is very definite for next Friday. Hi, Jeff. My book in DSK is just about... My book on DSK is just about finished. My title is 3 Days in May, the DSK thriller. When in New York, it would be great to see you. Next week is good for me. It's very interesting that Jeffrey Epstein puts all of this fucking... He's like very available for this little author. 3 Days in May? What's that about? The story behind the fall of DSK?
It may take the people of France, not to mention the rest of the world, some time to get used to having François Hollande in the Élysée Palace. This is, after all, a man whose nickname is Mr. Normal. And normal is not what the French electorate is used to. For years, conventional wisdom in France has been certain that Hollande was too bland to take on and defeat the colourful Nicolas Sarkozy, and too bland for the top job in France. That top job was almost certainly going to go to the brilliant economist and managing director of the International Monetary
Look
Fund.
at this. Look at this one. You guys know Michael Wolff. He's like the New York Times author or writer, whatever the fuck, journalist that works for Jeffrey Epstein. Look, Michael Wolff. Michael Wolff threw a party for this dude, Edward J. Epstein, for his book, The Annals of Unsolved Crime, and invited Jeffrey to it. Remind me to call him on the 19th. Dude, Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with this little author. Why? I gotta get this book, dude. Fuck yeah. What are they up to, guys?
Dominic Strauss-Kahn. We all know how that turned out. History is full of surprises, and it's a history that isn't over yet. Just this week, Strauss-Kahn's legal woes deepened as French prosecutors opened a preliminary probe into accusations that he took part in a gang
raid in the Sofitel in New York.
He joins me now from our studio. Probe into accusations that he took part in a gang rape in Washington in 2010. Edward J. Epstein is an American investigative journalist and author who has spent 10 months investigating the DSK case. His latest book, an ebook, is entitled 3 Days in May: Sex, Surveillance, and DSK. He joins me now from our studio in New York City. Good morning.
Good morning, Helen.
This is a story that's been so widely reported, even before you began your research. One of the most perhaps over-reported stories of the year, but you had a hunch that there was more to find out. Why?
Well, I actually believe that it was an underreported story because the story focused on the accusation that he had sexually assaulted a maid in the Sofitel in New York last May 14th. And that was thrown out by the district attorney. And then,
bro, this dude's voice is the worst voice I've ever heard. It's like Woody Allen meets like some hoity-toity like fucking rich asshole.
People ignored the story.
Like a British king.
Right. I was very curious about his missing BlackBerry cell phone. I knew a person at BlackBerry who could trace a missing phone, and so I decided, why don't I try and find the phone? And when I tried that, the entire story unraveled.
Well, and in fact, much of your research, if not most of your research, uses electronic clues, hotel surveillance tapes, the tracing of information through BlackBerry, those room keys that we all use, the key cards. Further evidence, I guess, that, there's no secrets in this world. Tell me how you were able to piece things together.
Well, I suddenly realized we had entered a new age. Maybe after 9/11, maybe in the last 5 years, where every step we take is recorded somewhere, either on our credit card, our cell phone, an electric swipe record, an easy pass, or mainly surveillance cameras. So I thought perhaps I could reconstruct what happened on May 14th by getting as much of this electronic data as possible. And for that reason, I tried to use it everywhere I could.
Do you have any question in your mind that someone had DSK under surveillance for quite some time?
No. In my mind, it's very clear. Someone else, by the way, looking at the surveillance tapes might come up with a different interpretation. But my interpretation is...
I hate this guy. This is incredible. Oh yeah, wait, what's that J-mail thing? No, that's not it. You are dead. LOL. Good riddance. Who wrote that? Come on, baby. Hey Jeff, are you still in New York? Do you want to come to lunch on my terrace on this Sunday? Michael Wolf is coming. I will disclose or enclose DSK's suit file. I don't know what's this DSK shit. It's some French thing. I find 1 number 10 interesting if you want to discuss. I'm around this afternoon if I don't go downtown. P.S. Please excuse the typos, predictive substitutions, and imperfect AI as ever. Ed Epstein. EdwardJEpstein.com. No. Don't take me away from there. Dude, I like that this is cool. Whoever made this is dope. Hi, Jeff. This is a draft for what I wrote for Guardian. Any suggestions? Like, dude, Michael Wolf and all these people just work for Jeffrey Epstein. Look at this shit. I met with DSK. He's like, here's my writing. Do you have any notes for me about my writing for The Guardian? You know, for this operation you probably did. He is in trouble. The judge, one way out of his way. What? He is in trouble. The judge, way out of his way to let him know. Went way out of his way to let him know he is fucked. Let's talk when you get back. You will miss my barbecue today for French press. I will distribute books in Owapern. Should I email you a PDF of the finished book? Not until Saturday. Yes, my guess is he's worried about restrictions we spoke about. Are you in New York? Keep me posted. All right, well, we're going to have to look into this cuck more. Amazing. These people wrote this shit after he died. My dearest Joffrey, I don't know when you'll get to read this. I was so sad to read that you had been found unconscious in your cell. No matter what happens, I will always be loyal to you, and you will always be in my heart. I've been in remission for 2 years and just ended a returnship at blank. I'm now looking for a permanent job. I'm still in London. Always with love. Oh, man. All right.
And to meet with the FBI and to have people investigate their claims. Some of them have never testified before. If you are so interested in getting the public to submit any information, why have you not met with them? You said you haven't met with them. Have you met with them? I'll give you one more chance.
My job as the FBI director is to
Is the
invite all
answer yes or
investigative
no
leads.
to whether or not you met with these women who were abused and
Any insinuation by you or any
What
people
is
on
the
your
an-
side that I am not manhunting child traffickers, just look at the
Mr.
stats.
Patel.
That I'm not manhunting child predators.
You talk
Mr.
about
Chairman,
cover-ups, man.
Mr. Chairman,
you
this
talk
is
about
my time,
cover-ups.
and
I'm going to stop it there. It just devolves. He refuses to answer the question of, did you actually meet with these women? Luckily for us, some of those same people later showed up at another hearing, this time in a hearing with Pam Bondi.
survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
Yeah, it's honestly shocking to see. There's these people who are claiming to be victims of Epstein. The DOJ and FBI have consistently said, look, we want to take all available evidence. We just need the evidence.
And we have continuously and publicly asked for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it.
And then it's like, well, did you interview these people who say they have evidence? Well, no, actually, we didn't. This comes up again.
Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them.
Oh my God. I mean, what can you even say to that? This is a DOJ. This is an FBI that claims to be interested in getting to the bottom of the Epstein files, except when actually asked, they cover up, they redact, and they don't ask for victim testimony or evidence. I mean, how can you possibly say you've reached a conclusion?
Wait. Hold on. George de Mohrenschildt, the person that George de Mohrenschildt was being interviewed by before he killed himself, the last person that interviewed him was Ed Epstein? Really? Bro. Hold on. I gotta find my hidden history book real quick. One sec.
As to an investigation when you literally haven't talked to the people who would be a victim of said investigation. Furthermore, how can Kash Patel say under oath, without perjuring himself, that there was no credible evidence that Epstein trafficked to anyone else, when internal emails to 710 Director's Call, it says approximately 4 to 5 victims accused other adult men of abusing them. There was not enough evidence to federally charge these individuals, so the cases were referred to local law enforcement. Again, there's a huge difference between there's no credible evidence.
There is no credible information. None.
And we couldn't pull charges. I mean, that's a totally different thing. And in that case, isn't the whole point to investigate that? Isn't the whole point to call more of the people saying they have evidence? Isn't that your job? How can the FBI, the DOJ, conclude definitively that Epstein wasn't trafficking to anyone when Jess Staley, during a UK court hearing in 2025, admitted to having with a member of Epstein's staff? He, of course, described it as consensual. But
okay, hold on. Dude, I knew this guy's name from somewhere. You're so fucking right. Okay, hold on. J. Edward Epstein is in David Talbot's The Devil's Chessboard. Hold on, let me find it. Wait, hold on.
Internally within the Epstein files, there's accusations against Jess Staley. One of the files alleges that a victim was left with body marks after an interaction with the former Barclays boss. Edward James
J. Epstein wrote a JFK thing called Inquest about the JFK assassination. Wait, that wasn't the right one.
Disgusting Mr. Staley, if anyone ever calls me Tinkerbell again, I will lose my mind. Which I know sounds weird that Jess Staley would allegedly refer to a girl as some type of like Disney character or cartoon character, but this is consistent with email exchanges. Jess Staley says, "That was fun," to Jeffrey Epstein. "Say hi to Snow White. What character would you like next?" Epstein later asks, to which Staley replied, "Beauty and the Beast." Epstein responded, "Well, one side is available." Now again, I'm not saying these emails would be enough to charge Jess Staley, but to investigate? Almost certainly. It's definitely unconscionable to say there's zero evidence of Epstein trafficking to anyone.
There is no credible information. None.
How can that possibly be true when some of your files say 4 or 5 victims accused other men? So it is just totally insane to me the way we are all treating this, where the people in power whose job it is to hold these people accountable, they want to laugh about it, they want to joke, they want you to smile about the whole thing. This actually came to a head when one reporter asked about the survivors.
But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
But what would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. You are the worst reporter. You know,
I gotta look at this later. Sorry.
she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile.
Well,
on
I'm
your
asking
face.
you about survivors of Jeffrey Epstein.
You know why you're not smiling?
I've never seen you smile while we're talking about raping people.
You know you're not telling the truth.
It's honestly baffling. I mean, how are we supposed to act during the Epstein files when we hear about these horrific stories? Are we all supposed to be like Howard Lutnick, just guffawing, laughing it up? How are we supposed to treat this travesty of justice? And again, I want to restate for the millionth time, this is not political, no matter how much the DOJ and FBI try to argue that it is. The person we're about to watch questioning Pam Bondi is a Republican. But anytime you say anything negative about the Epstein file handling, which was run on by this administration, they either bounce to, well, you must hate Trump, or the Democrats didn't do it last time, so we shouldn't be expected to do anything either. And you're about to see more of that.
Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a
4,700,
co-conspirator.
and we invited you in. This guy has Trump
Gentlemen.
derangement syndrome.
Literally, we
Dude, I fucking literally hate her voice so much. Her voice drives me fucking nuts.
You guys redacting a co-conspirator's name. I mean, there's a lot more than that they redacted, but it's like for them to say, what? It was just one name. We put it up when you said so. When you caught us on our 4 computers we allowed you to use with redactions on top of redactions. And Pam Bondi's performance here was so bad that at one point she's being asked about, are you bringing any more indictments? Are you investigating anyone? And she jumps back to some pretty bizarre talking points.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000, and the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
No, I do want to know, what does the Dow have to do with Jeffrey Epstein victims? I truly don't understand that. So yeah, this whole thing was a complete disaster of a meltdown. They're treating it as an absolute joke, and they criticize you if you don't smile, like Howard Lutnick when he's caught lying about the Epstein files. And while I can't personally muster that kind of energy, I do want to talk about some more of the revelations in the Epstein file. Like, the most noteworthy is that Trump called the Palm Beach Police Department immediately after.
Yeah, true. Pam Bondi is under trauma-based mind control for sure.
Epstein was arrested, according to a police chief that was interviewed in 2019. He says back when he arrested Epstein the first time, Trump called him and said, thank goodness.
I know, her voice is so familiar to me too. It's like almost Marjorie Taylor Greene or something. I'm not sure who. It reminds me of someone though.
You're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. Saying about Maxwell, she's evil, and to focus on her, according to the police chief, Trump was one of the first people to call. Julie K. Brown said that when Trump called the chief, it was after the Epstein story became public, when Epstein was arrested. This actually goes a long way to explain Speaker Mike Johnson's previous comments that Trump blew the whistle to the FBI to stop Epstein.
He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
It's obvious that he probably just misunderstood that it was an FBI interview of a police chief, and that at the time it was the Palm Beach Police Department handling that case. And I think that even for the people who say, okay, that's just because they had a falling out over real estate or anything like that, I think it undoubtedly is a good look for Donald Trump, and clearly something they're going to hang on to as more of these files get released. We also have something that kind of goes the other way. Remember the Wall Street Journal birthday book story, which Trump said is absolutely false and he's suing over? We have a B-Day book update sent in 2002 when the book was supposedly drafted, and we see LM for blank, George Mitchell, Donald Trump, Henry Jarecki, and Leon Black, which definitely undermines his case, defamation case, against the Wall Street Journal. I think another interesting component of this was realizing that Jeffrey Epstein was secretly buying motion-detected hidden cameras that record, and one of the people who said they were installing them said they were installing them into Kleenex boxes. There's another email from Jeffrey Epstein where he claims to need a button camera for the Sultan. Once again, highlighting that this case about Jeffrey Epstein is also a bizarre case of power. Who did this guy work for? He talks about going to an SCIF, which might be an acronym for a sensitive compartmented information facility. Later, he says that Ehud Barak is with me. You would have loved my tech meeting in the SCIF. This is an intelligence term, which is usually something you need the ability to receive classified information for, although it's not clear because later Epstein says that his house is similar to an SCIF. So the connection to the government is not exactly bulletproof. I don't want to give the false impression that it was, but it does raise a bunch of questions. Like Bradley Edwards, one of the victims' lawyers, actually speaks about this in his book. He said that this bodyguard had been sent by Epstein to Virginia to CIA headquarters. Nervously telling me the story, the bodyguard said, I don't know why I was there, but he told me they would take care of me. I attended a class for a week. At the beginning of the class, everyone had to introduce themselves. There were 45 people. 44 were in the CIA or some other government unit with top secret clearance. I was the only private citizen. So clearly there's some indication, some testimony to the fact that Epstein may have had access to either classified briefings or he had some pool with the CIA. Now we might
Same CX. I'm convinced the FBI is only used to expertly obfuscate the truth and protect their Israeli masters. Exactly.
know about this because there was actually a FOIA to the CIA about Jeffrey Epstein. Ironically, it was from Jeffrey Epstein. This is Jason Leopold saying the Epstein filed FOIA requests with the CIA in which he sought documents that would show that he had a, quote, open affiliation with the CIA between 1999 and 2011, and NSA for documents relating or referring to himself. Epstein did not receive any records. Instead, he got GLOMARS. That just refers to a term that basically they neither confirmed or denied it because they said that doing so would reveal, quote, a classified connection to the CIA, and thus the CIA cannot confirm or deny the existence of records responsive to your request. Therefore, you may consider this portion a denial of your request pursuant to FOIA exemptions. More specifically, they say, we searched the CIA originated responsive records that might reflect an open or otherwise acknowledged agency affiliation. So these are also the important questions we need answers to, but it's hard to get them when everything is treated as a joke, when nobody takes this seriously. So yeah, all in all, this is a very frustrating story to cover, given how the people handling the whole story are engaging with it. They're laughing, they're joking, they're not responding, they're telling us to smile, and in general, they just want us to get over it. But I don't think that's gonna happen.
Some banging on something. Anyway, dude. Yes, it is a joke to them. What are we doing? Does Thomas Massey think Jeffrey's still alive?
Folks on X to come up with questions to ask you, but before I ask that, I want to talk about this very scientific poll you just ran on X. I think you had 150,000 people participate. Is Jeffrey Epstein dead? Did he kill himself? Is he still alive? I forget what the other option was.
Did he kill himself? That got 3%, if I remember. 3% of the 147,000 people who took this poll think Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. It was like...
And Dan Bongino was one of those, I guess, who participated.
Dan Bongino and Kash Patel obviously took the poll.
Yeah.
And they called all their family and said, do this. That's how we got to 3%. Then it was, this was surprising. It started out like 30-40 and it flipped to 40-30, but it's 40-some% said that he's still alive. And 30-some% say that he's dead, but he was murdered, basically. And 18 or 20, something like that, 18% said just show me the poll.
Yeah.
I list that on the poll now because I realize that is what a lot of people want. They think they think Mossad might be watching the traffic on that poll.
Right.
So there's 18% past the IQ. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
18% are like, there's no way in hell I'm going to disclose my preference here and then flag myself for all time.
By the way, you may be kidding, but that's precisely what I do when I take polls like this.
Oh, you're part of the 18%.
I know they're coming after me.
Just show me the poll. And again, not scientific. Obviously, a lot of those are my followers. But here's the thing. I wasn't paying a lot of attention when Epstein disappeared.
Is Trump saying that? He's saying America should move on.
We can just all agree we can't find him, right?
Yeah. Are you talking about that dead guy?
Either, whichever of the three options you chose. And maybe number 4, just show me the poll. Maybe you're thinking something else that I didn't even imagine. But we all agree he's not around. We can't find him. The question would be, is he the kind of guy who thought he was cornered and there was no way out?
No.
I don't.
No. These people never think they're done.
Think so.
Ghislaine Maxwell still knows she's getting out.
Like, Jeffrey Epstein, to me...
Jeffrey Epstein would have loved prison. What are you talking about? He would have gone to fucking Club Med or whatever. Club Fed. He would have gone golfing. He would have been fine.
He seemed like the kind of guy. He was just waiting for them to come and unlock the key and take him back to one of his mansions.
Mm-hmm.
And he knew, just like with the first conviction, he just would have to wait for a while and play his cards right. And I think he was that arrogant. That kind of arrogance is built because you got away with it before, and then you got away with it 1,000 times, and you got so much dirt. He's probably thinking, if I can get back to my hard drive, this is all over with, right? And so I don't know what.
Or just indispensable. Like he was the guy that fixed problems for this elite class of financiers and politicians.
Like his thought process, he suggested Ehud Barak. Think of all the people who owe you something, and then start from there.
Yeah.
Like those were his words to Ehud Barak.
That's what he had to be thinking in the jail cell. So, the first...
America should get over the Epstein stuff and focus on how good the stock market is doing. Also, the Olympics. Also, Savannah Guthrie's mother.
Time I saw this on the news that Epstein killed...
Also, did you know that immigrants...
himself? I thought, well, maybe he did. It seemed as reasonable and plausible as any other outcome. But now, as we get the full color of who he was and the kinds of things he did and what he got away with, I'm not in that 3%.
He ain't dead. Bro, this guy, Fittest Flat Earther, has been going on the craziest rants since the Epstein files have been dropping. It's very curious that he doesn't talk about anything else but this crazy psychosis shit.
It wasn't just a psyop to control the minds. Do you still think Amelia Earhart died in a plane crash and it wasn't just a psyop to control the minds of the masses? Interesting. First, if you're new here, what you need to realize...
Bro, this is the topic at hand today. Amelia Earhart. I hope Epstein wasn't actually good at golf. There's no way he was. Free time was for diddling. No time for the driving range. Yeah, dude, I'm convinced none of these people really have any hand-eye coordination. They can't dance. They can't move. They can't play golf. They can't play tennis. They can't ball. They can't do shit, bro.
Is that there are people in our past that don't just look like people of today. They're the same entity. They were your president.
If the FBI comes to my door for sending DMs to Kash Patel's girlfriend, it was either AI or my account was hacked. One of those. Yeah, let's take a look at Alexis. Poor Kash, man. He's so cucked. He's in the cuck chair for sure. Here, sing it out. Sing it, girl. Let's hear it. Bro, this dumbass song has a stranglehold over people. So you're just DMing her? You get any replies yet? What's Alexis up to? Country music artist? She's an Israeli country music artist? Pass. Hard pass. Wait, Jay Aubrey did a short video on fucking the on the TPUSA halftime show. We gotta watch it.
They put on their own halftime.
Let's have a little fun, right? We deserve fun.
Show, and it went about exactly as you might.
We don't actually want to watch Fittest Fat Earther, right? Wait, I do want to see. This dude gets 14,000 views on YouTube for this bullshit. Jeffrey Epstein and Thomas Jefferson, though, for sure. I like that. I fuck with that.
That's President Fillmore, Alec.
Yeah, anyway, no, we're not fucking with that. We are gonna fuck with this.
Expected. I just want to catch my fish. I mean, it shouldn't be controversial to So Toilet Paper USA put on their own halftime show, and it went about exactly as you might have expected. I just want to catch my fish. I mean, it shouldn't be controversial to say this was just an objectively bad.
I just want to kiss my fish.
performance, right? We don't need to kid ourselves.
You can join the bar while I spread the word. Like the bonfire, they call the girls. King of the kid and the Marlboro man. Jack and Jim, if you good man.
If your political views compel you to sit through 40 minutes of middle-aged hog.
How did they take the audio out or the music out?
Jumping around on stage in tight shirts and jean shorts, it might be time for some reevaluating. The most divorced dad coded thing I think I've ever seen, and I can somehow smell the ashtrays coming through
divorced dad shit
my screen. Truthfully, I don't even know how much I can show of this, since Turning Point themselves couldn't even get the songs cleared to repost on Twitter. It's their event, and because of copyright, all they can do is slap a still image on the timeline to promote.
Wait, what? I'm so confused. They couldn't get the licensing for this?
Oh, I mean, it's just...
For what? Ball with a ball?
It's sad. Though to be fair, a still image probably hides how bad the dog water performance truly was, so maybe it's for the best. I mean, they seriously had to light up the floor with the artists' names because they knew that'd be the only way for their geriatric audience to know who was on screen. Such an all-star lineup consisted of names like Lee Bryce, Brantley Gilbert, Gabby Barrett, and Grant Bryant. I just made up that last guy, but I bet you couldn't even tell. The second they released this star-studded cast of characters, two thoughts popped into my mind. One, that clip of Norm Macdonald at the YouTube Awards from 2013.
All the stars are here.
It's true.
Beardy Man, Claude Racine, Dax Flame, Betty Fine,
You got it.
and Raffi Fine. All the stars.
And two, I guess even Nicki Minaj has some lines she won't cross. It's hilarious to me that these people are so desperate for any type of
I'm surprised they couldn't get Nicki for this shit.
Talent at their events that they have no choice but to rally around whatever D-lister gives them the time of day. Sometimes it's this guy or this ogre, and other times it's Kid Rock.
No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof.
Graduate of Yale Law School, by the way, nodding along to this fucking garbage like it's a humiliation ritual while his wife stares blankly into the distance. What an incredible marriage and...
Dude, I gotta talk to Usha. I gotta get Usha's perspective on everything. She thought she was marrying the hillbilly elegy, dude. She was marrying the hillbilly. What the fuck happened to that guy? Where'd he go? Dude, she's so gone. She's gone soon. Those grays are cute, Usha, though. Usha, don't worry. Don't let him murder you, okay? Just divorce him. And your prospects will be good. I promise you. Usha's got the smoky gray, you know, that works for a lot of people.
Administration's deep ties to a certain financier. Kid Rock might actually be the perfect fit after all. I will not be reading these lyrics out loud for obvious reasons, but
yeah, without the instrumental makes it make sense now because they're taking it out. They're taking it out because it was fucking copyright. It's way funnier. It reminds me of did you ever see those people used to do it with Creed where they just have like goofy ass vocals of Creed without any guitar behind it or really bad guitar?
I think you get the picture. Also didn't realize till making this video that this song is originally from the Osmosis Jones soundtrack. Who the fuck made that call? The film is rated PG.
My name is...
So that's why Trump likes him. I mean, these guys have been weirdly close for a while. One of my favorite moments from Trump's first term is when he apparently sought Kid Rock's expert advice on America's foreign policy towards North Korea and the Middle East. I'm not sure how many people remember this happening, but it's just so fun.
I mean, honestly, I think Dennis Rodman going to North Korea probably saved us from nuclear holocaust. So I get where Trump's head is at, but Kid Rock, wrong person.
funny to me. He told Tucker Carlson that he and Trump were looking at maps and was wondering, am I supposed to be in on this shit? Yeah, I'm wondering that too. But I mean, who wouldn't want to perform alongside such a generational talent? In a statement leading up to the event, Brantley Gilbert wrote online that we're celebrating 250 years as a country, and it's been more than 20 years since a country artist has been asked to play the Super Bowl halftime show. And does he think he's performing at the Super Bowl?
Dude, I'm telling you, if America does not collapse on or before 4th of July, this will be the most insufferable 4th of July of all time. 250 years. We got to make sure they don't make it to 250, okay?
Super Bowl? Really, for your sake, let's hope it's another 20. I respect that some people may see this differently, but I'm not playing this show to be divisive. Yeah, how could that possibly be the case? Are you stupid? Because this entire thing was kind of created to be divisive. They cobbled this together in the first place because Bad Bunny was announced as the actual Super Bowl headliner, and right on cue, reactionaries all over the country did what they do best.
But it's not like Bad Bunny was announced out of the blue. Don't they announce these like a year in advance, bro? They had like a whole year to plan this shit. And they got Lee Bryce and Brantley Doyle. I don't remember the lady's name. And Kid Rock. They couldn't even get fucking Jelly Roll.
They threw a massive fucking tantrum.
And that dude fucking sucks, dude.
Bunny is a demonic Marxist who has been granted the largest stage with the greatest audience in the middle of a Christian revival. This is by design. We are in a spiritual war, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. Okay. But of course, the typical refrain you hear is that Bad Bunny hates...
I'm sorry, bro. If you don't want to watch the Bad Bunny thing, you're probably gay, and that's fine, but, like, just own it. TPUSA guys, they're like, we hate seeing hot, bootylicious Latinas shaking it on the TV. Couldn't be me. Ah! Demons! Get that booty off my screen. I am a gay country boy. I am going to watch Brokeback Mountain alone and not tell anyone about my true feelings. And I'm going to listen to Lee Bryce and Brantley Doyle.
It's America and isn't even from this country, which obviously is not true. But then again, no one's accusing these people of being good at history or geography.
You think Bad Bunny's a good choice for the Super Bowl?
I'm not that knowledgeable about him, but it seems fine, and I don't know why it's a big deal. Seems like a great American artist, so sure.
He's not an American artist, but
isn't he Puerto Rican?
Puerto Rican. That's part of America, dear.
Ironically, Bunny's show kind of ended up embodying some of the exact values that conservatives pretend to preach. It was pro-family, there were American flags, he literally says God bless America at one point. Plus, it was just a solid performance with a harmless message on top of that. There's literally nothing to take legitimate issue with. And you gotta keep in mind, this was happening in between the most mid-game I've ever been forced to watch, involving a team that I wish would be launched off the face of the planet into the sun, and peppered with the occasional AI commercial telling me my Ring camera is about to turn my neighborhood into a Palantir police state. I know the ads have been getting generally worse over the past few years, but this one felt like something else entirely. And I'm not the only person who sensed some sinister vibes emanating this year. So really, Bad Bunny was the only guy making this thing watchable, which is why people like Jake Paul ended up walking back their original denunciations after the overwhelmingly positive reception. Literally 2 hours before the Super Bowl, Jake tweeted, "Purposefully turning off the halftime show. Let's rally together and show big corporations they can't just do whatever they want without consequences." Okay, so now the Paul brothers are anti-big corporation. Got it. You are their benefit. Realize you have power. Turn off this halftime. Yeah, I'll keep it a buck with you, man. I don't think they listened. A fake American citizen performing who publicly hates America. I cannot support that. Again, not really sure what makes him a fake American when Bad Bunny is objectively an American citizen by birth. Jake Paul should know that Puerto Rico is a part of the United States, States, he lives there. In fact, he and Logan pretty much only moved there to leverage.
That's so funny, dude. They're such scum.
Tax benefits. They should know how all of this works. And I'm sorry, publicly hates America? Where did that even come from? Just because someone criticizes the roving gangs of federal officers terrorizing immigrant communities, kidnapping people who have done nothing wrong, and killing American citizens in the streets, then that means they publicly hate America? I think Jake knows better than that, I'll be honest. But why be a rational person when you can just gain more attention and cultivate a more rabid fan base by being an obnoxious contrarian shithead instead? The Pauls didn't exactly need morals to get where they are now. How else do you think they landed a seat next to the Vice President of the United States, dude? Oh my God. President Xi, if you can hear us, President Xi, do something. This looked so bad optically that even Nick fucking Fuentes couldn't keep up the front. That's where we are now. But many other traditional conservatives did try.
This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a black national anthem.
Megyn Kelly took a break from
dude. Isn't everyone just like fucking sick of the bickering? Like just on that level alone, people aren't over this. Like you got to be outraged all the time about something stupid. Who the fuck cares? Let Bad Bunny have his little day. It was awesome. It was great. So many people were so happy about it. Amazing. It's just like, we can't live like this anymore. We can't let these demons fucking whip us up into a frenzy about bullshit all day. People care about Bad Bunny and they don't care about the president and all of his friends' fucking kids. I don't know what to do. Dude, I'd box Jake Paul. Why not? Something incredible would happen, like a light would fall out of the sky right before he decks me in the face. It'd be like the Truman Show. It wouldn't even be from in the arena. It would literally come from the sky and crash through the ceiling and land on him. And it would be it'd be like a big old Fresnel light that proves that we are in a dome and we live on the flat earth. It's going to be labeled, what was it labeled in Truman Show? Sirius. It was named after one of the stars. What star do we want to be from? Pleiades? I don't know. Nibiru. But yeah, dude. Who cares? Bad Bunny did fine. It was fun. You can't complain if there's hotties. Sorry. There was hotties. No more complaining. Move on. He said, God bless America. That's what you want. Okay, stop yelling at me. Stop trying to fry my nervous system and make me angry all the time. I'm already angry all the time. Hold on. I think my neighbors are
the
here
honor
for
of Jeffrey Epstein by writing that she was brought to tears over the beautiful display. Yeah, I just want to remind you, this is the beautiful display she's referring to.
All you bastards in the IRS, in the cast of men, the half-blacks of love, and the fists of strength.
And Benny Johnson, I guess, got back from his cruise with enough time to laud Turning Point for their feel-good banger after banger from American artists who love this country and who football fans can relate with. Total cultural victory, he says, while lashing out at another American artist for being woke, cringe, unintelligible, foreign, boring, derivative, preachy, and creatively bankrupt. I feel like someone who got fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarism probably shouldn't be throwing around terms like creatively bankrupt. I hate to even give these guys any attention whatsoever because this is obviously just petty horseshit aimed at trying to divide people further. Sellouts like Benny Johnson want us to fight one another all the time because it means more business for him. The wokes need to stay triggered so he can keep selling his garbage t-shirts or whatever it is he has on his website. I actually haven't looked.
Base kids on Roblox are now staging ice raids on the platform. Let's watch.
But what I find especially astounding about this entire pathetic display is that these freaks have finally reached the point where they're creating their own safe spaces after incessantly railing against the left for supposedly doing just that. They got so unreasonably pissed off at a guy for speaking Spanish, a guy who looks and sounds different from them, that they spent an ungodly amount of time and money trying to piece together an alternative show aimed at what they deem are the real Americans. They've vice signaled themselves into a corner where they now have to pretend that the message, love is stronger than hate, is a dangerous, cringe, foreign, woke mantra that should be rejected by the true patriots. And I'm just curious how that'll fare for them in the long run, because if these ratings are any indication of where the culture is headed, I think people like Benny should be a little worried. The culture shift is coming, and it won't fail.
My downstairs neighbor's FaceTiming with her dad, trying to get him to see if he can help us with the heat. Dude, I literally called them. I called them at 3 o'clock, and I was like, hey, I'm hoping that this is going to kick back on, but I want to let you know before 5 o'clock that right now our heat's been not on for 3 hours. And I said, okay, so right now it's not on. 2 hours to do something about it. I said, I will call you at 4:30 if it's still not on. I call at 4:30, and I hear, as she's pulling the phone up to her head, going, oh my God, it's almost 5. What am I going to do? And then, hello? I was like, hey, it's Corey. It's still not on. And then now it's 8 o'clock, and it's cold. Anyway. They're begging to pay for my heat. I'm telling you, bro. For the last 14 years, they are begging for it. No, honestly, I'm fine. I got my heater blanket. I'm good. But yeah, I was excited because the heater dude was here today, because downstairs apparently they've been like wanting me to turn the heat up super high, which is weird because years ago when other people lived here, if I turned it above like 69, they'd be like, yo, it's too hot, turn it down. So I think they turned all of the radiators off. So like none of the radiators have been on for like the last 2 winters down there in their floors. So anyway, the guy came today and he's like, yeah, all their radiators were off. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. And then, so he opened them all up, and then the heat was like nice, and I only had it set to like 65 or something. And I was like, oh, it feels like this is actually working now. Maybe it's because all the radiators were off before. But then right after that, it stopped working. So I don't know if it's like, maybe it's got to rebuild all the pressure or something. And I don't know, though. That shouldn't take hours and hours. But whatever. We'll be fine.
Ever the likes of
honestly, I want it to be cold because maybe the cats will come snuggle with me.
Megyn Kelly, Jake Paul, or Kid Rock. So maybe just stop trying to sow division and try acting like a normal fucking person. I know that might be a little difficult, but let me put it this way. Your show was so boring that not even your own fucking president wanted to watch it. His statement after the fact had everything to do with Bad Bunny and contained no mention of Kid Rock whatsoever. He didn't even—
Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah, I mean, I think there's no way that it's like, this has to be connected to like turning them all on or whatever, or opening up all the radiators. And it does say 0 pressure in the bottom. That's what I went and looked at the boiler earlier. Like, I feel like it has to have pressure, right? It's steam. So if it's at 0 pressure, can't make steam. Yeah, more lawsuit. Dude, the best part? Oh my God, wait, I didn't even tell you guys about this. I'm telling you, these people are the literal worst. My across the courtyard neighbor, one of the guys that lives in the front house, he goes, hey Corey, is your internet out? And I said, no, mine surprisingly is working, but I was expecting it to go out because look at what the maintenance guy was doing earlier today. Look at this shit. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm the old lady. I got all of the news. I'm in everyone's business. Okay, look at this. Look at this idiot. This was a giant,
insane
column of ice, okay? I swear to God, this thing was like 20 feet tall, and it was all hanging on our wires, and it was all melting. So instead of leaving it, he gets a literal saw. It's like a fucking metal. It's like a piece of metal scraper that he ended up breaking on the ice because it's so fucking hard. And he's just hacking at these fucking lines. Look at him. Like, these people don't deserve, these landlords don't deserve homes. This is how they treat them. Look at this idiot.
I swear to God, if I lose power or internet, I'm gonna freak out. Fucking idiot. Look at that. That's like 80 pounds of ice. Dumbass.
Look, and it's all hanging by this. This is our internet. I was like, stop, dude. Why are you doing that? He's like, I gotta get the ice off. No, you don't. You don't. Why are you doing that? Not a care in the world. It's so funny. But yeah, anytime anything goes on around here, everyone's always like, hey, Corey, do you know about this? And yeah, I do. Because if I hear a fucking mouse fart in the courtyard, I'm on it, bro. I'm fortified here. Paul could never sneak up on me, ever. No fucking chance, bro. I got the squirrels telling me secrets. Yeah, all the windows open in negative 10 degrees. They open up. Wait. They probably froze down. Oh shit, I bet the heater guy came and turned them on, which broke everything. They probably froze down there and are leaking out under the downstairs neighbor's floor. No, it's not, because it's all cement down there. We would see it. I looked. But the boiler is hot. Like, I think it has to do with the pressure. They opened up the radiators. They were probably shut off with water in them for years ago and then froze over the winters. Oh, maybe that. Who knows? Freezing pipes with water in them. But I don't know. Just shutting them maybe then would fix it. I don't know. I could ask them that if they close some of the radiators. That's the only thing that's different. Squeaks! Dude, this is madness. Got people knocking on the door. Fucking Squeaks is terrorizing.
But attend the event. Nice going, guys. I hope Erica saw a nice little boost in merch sales at least.
I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy. But I just wanted to say a huge, huge, huge thank you to the events team, the development team, the graphic design team, the production team. It's just phenomenal.
It's an old school radiator system. It's like a boiler and that makes steam, and then the radiator goes throughout the whole, the steam goes throughout all the radiators in the house. So it shouldn't, and there's power in that room, so it shouldn't be anything with the breaker.
That's gonna do.
And the boiler is warm, so it should be able to make heat.
Do it for this quick, short, different video on this channel. I don't know how often I'm going to be posting over here, but I have been wanting to launch a second channel for years now and figured this might be an opportunity. Let me know.
Rocco, you know who Jake Paul's dating is? That one speed skater. She just won. I think she just did a world record. Hoota. Explicit content? What explicit content? Oh, that's... Dude, what the fuck? God.
What do you think? Tell me your favorite parts of the All-American Halftime Show, and if there's anything else you want covered. In the meantime, I do have another main channel video in the works. I don't want to spoil too much, but let's just say I might be getting brutally frame-mogged by a jester-pilled moid pretty soon. Hopefully some of you will get that. Okay, thanks, bye.
What's Fillion talking about with all this? The darkest theory? I don't know if I want to watch that.
Office is again seeking.
Let's watch a Florida Dad or something. Templar? Whoa, whoa, whoa! What was that? Y-Files. Templars, Atlantis, and Forbidden Ancient Knowledge.
Today, we are sitting down with Tim Hogan, Knights Templar Grand Master, 32nd degree Mason.
Oh, we kind of like that guy a little bit, right?
And a guy who was initiated into the order at age 8.
32nd degree. That's like getting a DLC for Secret Society Simulator.
Is that a real game?
Yeah, not yet. Copyright me, patent pending, all rights reserved.
Tim's family line runs deep in this stuff. His great-grandfather, 7 generations back, was General Joseph.
Yeah, the 60s boiler systems are notorious for breaking anytime you change something. Boiler burners burning, but no pressure. No water in tank, which is bad. No, I think there should be water. Sounds like some stuck zone valves. Does that mean... Should I try and see if they should close some of their radiators again and see if that fixes it? Because the only thing that happened is the guy came today and he opened all their radiators because I think a bunch of them were closed.
Warren, the man who initiated Paul Revere and helped organize the Boston Tea Party. His own father, the mayor of Aurora, Colorado, was involved in developing Denver International Airport. Yeah, that airport.
The horse of death, the Nazi bunker, the lizard people murals. Finally someone who knows what's under that runway.
Tim's written 7 books on alchemy and ancient mysteries. He leads expeditions into Egypt, where his group has private access to places tourists never see. The Sphinx enclosure, sealed chambers at Dendera, even the Great Pyramid itself, where he conducts actual Templar initiations.
Wow, that sounds like my Pesci family initiation when I became a maid fish.
What happened during your initiation?
I can't tell you that, human. I took an omerta.
Fair enough. Today, we're going deep. We'll cover the standard Templar history, but then Tim's going to take us into the secret history, the archaeological digs under the Temple Mount, 6 ancient arcs his order claims to have recovered, a connection between ancient Egypt and the Mayans, monatomic gold as a superconductive power source, and yes, he says the Templars possess the bones of Jesus. This one gets wild. Tim is more than an encyclopedia, he's an amazing storyteller. Let's go downstairs. Tim, welcome.
Thank you for having me, AJ.
I'm so excited because you know I've been a fan of yours for a long time.
Well, I've been a fan of yours too, so I'm super excited to be here. I'm so glad you're doing this format.
It's with all the stories that I research, the people behind them are so interesting that I thought it would be fun to have them in here. And you are one of those. When I was putting together my Knights Templar episode, I had a couple of drafts. I ran it by my community, and they said, you need to look into Tim Hogan. So I started listening to your interviews, and I said, I don't need to do any more research. This guy knows everything about the Knights. So encyclopedic knowledge.
Yeah, well, thank you.
So what I want to do is I want to get into your personal journey in the order, then to the fun stuff. So we're talking alchemy, ancient Egypt, Ark of the Covenant, Anunnaki, which I think we can connect.
Of course.
But let's start today with the mundane, with the cover story.
Sure.
Can you walk us through 1118 to 1307? Just
Dude, are you saying AJ looks like Rob Lowe? He kind of does look like a burnt out Rob Lowe a little bit.
General history?
Just the general history. Then we'll get into the real story.
So according to standard historians, the Templar Order was founded in 1118. There were 9 knights, started by Hudipains and Godfrey de Saint Omar, 2 French knights who had been involved in a number of different things. But they ended up going down to Jerusalem. They got...
You don't have an electric heater? I have one just for my bathroom. Well, I just have I have one of the cat's heater mats. I have it underneath the floor mat in the bathroom so that when you use the toilet, your feetsies are warm. And then the kitties, that's their favorite spot. They come and they lay at your feet then. It's amazing. It's honestly some of our only real quality time because Winky's like, oh, my dad can't attack me right now. He's indisposed. So I'm going to be super cute and lay in between his feet. And then Squeaks comes over too and they snuggle together on the floor. That's it. In the bathroom. What up, Zayway? Yeah, your cat does need a heated bed. They love their little heater mats.
By King Baldwin II gave them property at near the Temple Mount at an area that's now referred to as King Solomon's Stables. And they set up an order ostensibly to protect pilgrims in the Holy Land. So these 9 knights were supposed to protect all the pilgrims in the Holy Land. So for the first 20 years, this is what was said they were doing. Now, this was more of a cover story. They were actually doing digging. They're doing what we would refer to as archaeology now.
Well, before we get there, hold on.
Okay.
Because not everybody knows this stuff.
Okay, you're right.
So they're protecting pilgrims. Can you just, and very briefly, because we want to get to the good stuff.
Sure.
Explain the commanderies, how they accumulated wealth.
Yeah, so what they would do is they would set up these commanderies throughout Europe and as well as in the Holy Land. And really where they started making money is they became a banking system where if you were going to, back then, you have to understand that Christians would travel to Jerusalem in the same way that Muslims would travel to Mecca today. So it was like deemed that once in your life you go to Jerusalem and you see the holy places where Jesus walked and where Moses was and where King Solomon's temple was said to be, and you'd take this pilgrimage. Well, it was very dangerous to travel back then. I mean, the world was full of ruffians and thieves, and if you had any money on you, of course they were going to steal it. So what the Templar Order did is they set up a thing where you could deposit your money at the commandery in, let's say, London, and you get a special note. And then when you arrived in Jerusalem, you could go to the commandery in Jerusalem, present this note, and they give you your money back, with a small fee taken out.
Right.
And so that small fee, added up. And this is really where the Templar Order developed its wealth. And because when they were...
It sounds like fucking usury, doesn't it? Isn't that illegal for their little god? I thought...
created, they didn't have to answer to anybody but the Pope. It gave them a lot of freedom and a lot of latitude to do a lot of things, including associating with other religious traditions and other cultures.
And then at the end of the day, what capitalism always defaults to is child sex abuse and selling you the sun.
That didn't exist in Europe. As they went into the Holy Land, there were groups like the Druze and the Sabaeans and others that were translating Greek and Roman texts, and these hadn't made their way into Europe yet. And so by having these associations with the Templar Order, the Templars were able to gain knowledge that just wasn't accessible at the time in Europe, and they learned of traditions like Pythagorean traditions and the works of Plato and things that we kind of take for granted now that just was not available at the time. They also had to have associations with Islamic groups that were already existing in the Holy Land at the time. And while they they later would get dragged into having to fight and defend territories on behalf of the church. That wasn't their main focus. Their main focus was actually establishing connections with these different traditions so they could gain their knowledge and bring that knowledge back to Europe, really to try to get Europe out of the Dark Ages. They believed that if they gained the technology and the philosophies of what they believed was the pre-civilization, the civilization before Noah.
Don't do it yet.
Not yet.
Don't do it yet.
Okay.
Because you're going to get me excited.
Okay.
And as we get down there, you're a brilliant storyteller. So if you see me almost stepping on a punchline or stealing your thunder, slow me down. I'll get there.
Okay.
All right, but take us to 1307. They've accumulated wealth.
Right.
What happened?
So they've accumulated all this wealth. The king of France at the time, Philip the Fair, he needed money. He wanted to set himself up as the new war king of Europe, and he also wanted to control the church. He had already, by some accounts, poisoned one pope, assassinated one pope to try to get the pope he wanted onto the throne. He eventually got Clement V onto the throne. And then he also owed a bunch of money to the Templar Order, who they had been loaning him money, all along. But he needed more money. And he knew that they had amassed a great fortune at the Paris Commandery. So what he did was in September of 1307, he issued arrest warrants that were to be implemented in October 13th, in fact, Friday, October 13th, 1307, to arrest the entire Templar Order and to bring them up on charges with the hopes of then securing their wealth. Now, the Templar Order, they had spies everywhere. They knew about this. They set up a plan where Jacques de Molay, who was the Grand Master of the Templar Order, he kind of stayed behind in Paris. They normally, had about 100,000 Templars in Paris. Most of them fled Paris. A few stayed behind to appear as business as usual.
Because the Templars had a fleet.
They had an entire fleet, yeah. And so the night before...
Yeah, Christopher Columbus's fleet.
On October 12th...
Templars are Romans, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, the Crusades, are they going on at the same time as Rome? Like, whoever was doing the Crusades are them, right? It wasn't that just the Romans? Yeah. I mean, it's why people like Austin, what's his face? Austin Russell, they're all obsessed with Rome and shit. Elon, they're all obsessed with Rome because they think they're from Rome and they're fucking Knights Templar Rome cucks.
1907, the fleet disappears, along with all the wealth of the Grand Commandery of Paris. And Jacques de Molay is staying behind with a few hundred other knights. The arrest orders get implemented on Friday, October 13th. They're rounded up. This is the origin of the unlucky date of Friday the 13th.
Yep.
And then they're tortured for 7 years. I think Jacques de Molay thought that, and by the way, they also Pope Clement V wanted the Templar Order to merge with their rival order, which was known as the Knights Hospitalier. The Knights Hospitalier later became the Knights of Malta, but that's a different story. But the Templar Order wouldn't do it. Jacques de Molay wouldn't do it because they would have lost all of their freedoms that they had. And the Templars were known for trying to fight for freedoms of individuals as well. They helped instigate the signing of the Magna Carta, for example, which gave people rights for the first...
I don't know. We should be looking at that again. What was that all about? Did it give people rights? Or did it just cause more chaos? Was it just like the original... Was it the original burning America down and doing a rug pull on crypto, you know?
In
Rome
England.
is Babylon.
God-given rights.
God-given rights, yeah. And this was talked about even in Wolfram von Eschenbach's Parzival, which was a book published in the 1200s, where it says the Templars were these Grail guardians. They're the guardians of the Grail. And it said, on the Grail altar, it said, if any Templar should become ruler of a foreign people, let him ensure that they are given their God-given rights. Well, this was the first time in history where it's even suggested that people have God-given rights. I mean, rights back then were said to come from the Pope or from the King, and that was it. So the fact that the Templars were fighting for people to have rights, this was bad for business for both the Pope and and the king. So that's why they entered into this conspiracy to suppress the Templar Order.
So, and this brings me to a question I want to get your take on, because I heard you mention this recently.
Sure.
That kind of shocked me a little bit. I'm gonna tell the quick version of the mainstream version of the story. Early 2000s, a document is discovered in the Vatican archives called the Chinon Parchment.
Right, sure.
Where Pope Clement V absolves the knights.
Right.
And I kind of assumed that was true, but you have a different...
Yeah, everyone assumes it's true, but the thing is, so Napoleon, people forget Napoleon raided the Vatican archives. Napoleon's...
Khazars act like the Romans, hard to tell if the same animal or warring faction. Yeah, they probably also just learn from each other. Maybe this is just the way that this kind of shitty, behavior always operates. So it always looks the same. It's like the same frequency.
Position was Bernard Raymond Fabre Palaprat, who was the Grand Master of the Templar Order underground. Napoleon himself believed himself to be the illegitimate grandson of Bonnie Prince Charlie.
I know, Zayway, isn't it crazy? People are finally catching on to all the shit we've been running our mouths about. Welcome to the club, fools.
Who was also a Templar out of Scotland. So one of the things that Napoleon was doing is he was looking for Templar artifacts, specifically when he raided the Vatican. He brought all those archives back to France, where they were sifted through at St. Sulpice. The Chinon parchment was never found. Right? All of a sudden, years later, Dan Brown becomes popular talking about Templar stuff.
Yep.
That becomes this big thing. And lo and behold, out of nowhere, this new Chinon parchment is found, absolving the Templar Order. And it's being kind of sketchily verified as even being legit. And everyone just accepts it as real. But
I did.
Yeah, everyone did. But I don't believe. I think it was a later forgery.
And after I heard your explanation of it, I'm leaning your way, because it doesn't absolve the knights as much as it absolves the church.
Sure, it's exactly right.
Right.
Yeah, because the church, they sanctioned torture and accusing the Templar Order of all kinds of made up heresies.
Dude, I would love to steal the Declaration of Independence just like in National Treasure. I love Nick Cage in that movie.
That we know now are just, made up. And then ultimately in 1314, Jacques de Molay, as well as a number of other knights, Geoffrey Charnay, who was his one of his top preceptors of Troyes region, and others, they were all burnt to the stake. And the Templar, and Jacques de Molay, right before he died, he said, "Look, I do not consent to any of these false charges." And he told both Clement V and Philip the Fair that they would both join him in the afterlife within a year.
This is the curse.
This was the curse, and they both did. They both died, within a year, and which has led to some speculation if they were poisoned secretly, if they were secretly assassinated,
right?
Which led to that. But
I think the Pope was poisoned, because I think he actually died of dysentery.
Yeah. So, but that was, that was in March of 1314. But they were both in, like Jacques de Molay, he was burnt just outside of Notre Dame Cathedral, and to this day there's still a plaque there where he was burned, and it's on the island there just outside of Notre Dame Cathedral.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and some people speculated that because
I'm loving the fun and vibes part of the show, Cat Dad. Is that what this part is?
The Templars were largely responsible.
Or are you being facetious? Are you goofing? Angels and Demons was about the Vatican having antimatter. That's right, dude. Forgot about that book.
Responsible for building those cathedrals.
Certainly.
Yeah, and they funded them, and they provided the manpower, and then they incorporated esoteric knowledge that they're bringing back from the Middle East onto those.
Me and my buddy Dustin, we used to love the Dan Brown books when we were in high school. And we had a book project together, and we got obsessed with Angels and Demons, and the teacher kept having us, she'd have like half of the last 20 minutes or 30 minutes of class or whatever be like reading time for your book that you were supposed to do your book report on. And I was supposed to be reading Moby Dick, and I forget what Dustin was supposed to be reading, but we made fake covers and put them on top of our, and they were just drawn really shitty. I made a fake cover with a piece of white paper that said Moby Dick on it, and then I folded it around my Angels and Demons book. I was just reading it in class. Mrs. Webb took my book away too. She was one of my original ops. Miss Webb. I ended up getting a B on Moby Dick, though, and I didn't read a single word of it. I still, to this day, have not read a single word of Moby Dick.
Cathedral. Sure, we can see their graffiti all over Europe.
Yep.
So before we get into the real history, can you take us through your personal experience? You're initiated as a page at age 8?
8.
Oh, Juice Pickle, so it was, you were just clocking me. Because now you're going to bed. Oh, you're not being facetious. Okay, never mind. Thanks, buddy. We'll see you later. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. Hey, so I think we will stream on Sunday. We'll just do a late, short one, okay? No yoga stream on Saturday. I won't, because I'm doing the fun yoga weekend this weekend. Valentine's Day with yoga. It's like advanced asana. So tomorrow it's from 5 to 9, and then the next Saturday and Sunday it's from like 10 to 8, I think. So Sunday, I think we can probably do like 8, but sometime between 8 and 9. We'll do like a 2-hour shortened stream, okay? But yeah, otherwise have a good weekend, and we'll be back for a full show on Monday. But we'll do a halfie. We'll do a half shot, like on Vanderpump. We'll do a little half shot on Sunday. Okay?
Yeah.
What is that?
So there's this whole tradition that was set up specifically for young people to go through this knighthood program. And I didn't know it at the time. I just was, I was participating in it. But my first induction ceremony was at age 8.
Did you know your family was so deeply
No.
involved? You didn't.
I had no clue.
And
I wasn't even told till I was 18. So I had gone through this whole program, this knighthood program, where I spent 6 years trying to attain these different ranks of knighthood.
Mom, you should have sent me to this instead of the Boy Scouts. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, the Boy Scouts were founded by Templars too. Powell was a Templar, but if you look at the old Boy Scout handbooks, they talk about how a modern Boy Scout is a Templar, basically. So, but yeah, so I went through this program, and then by the age of 18, I had attained this rank of Sir Knight within it, and along the way, I had to work on all these different things. I had to study the mysteries of the Grail, and I had to try to inculcate these values, these virtues, and trying to become a good citizen and leader in the world and all this stuff. By the time I was 18 and I had gone through this program, I realized it was all the people I was like, who set up this program? And I started looking into it and realized it was all these Freemasons and Templars that had set up this program. And
sorry, I'm still trying to troubleshoot radiator shit. I think we're it's going to be a cold night tonight. So that's fine.
And so I was like, well, I think I need to become a Freemason, So I remember I was in college at the time. And I went over to my mom's house to do laundry,
as we all do.
Yeah, right. And I
said, "What up, Kevin?"
And she said, "What are you up to?" And I said, "Well, I think I'm going to try to become a Freemason." And she said, "Oh, both your grandfathers are Freemasons. Your dad went through that system. Your great grandparents are all involved in it. You have a long family line involved."
Yeah, all your grandfathers watched their sons jerk off and then swallowed their spooge. That's what all Freemasons do.
Involved in all that.
It's like, don't worry, one day you're going to be able to drink your grandson's pee. Wait, hold on.
Was one of them.
Ooh.
Great Primus.
Wait. Oh, this is Comedy Central too, so I'm probably gonna get in trouble for this.
I don't understand. Why does it help you if you pee?
Yeah.
Why
or
you
your pee. Yeah.
He's like, it's not just my grandson, any small child, 5 or under. Man, what a world.
I was like, what? And she was like, yeah, it was your grandpa that put you in that program when you were a kid.
Sometimes you scared for
I had no clue
something.
about
Sometimes you scared for something. You gotta drink your grandson's pee.
any of this. So she encouraged me to reach out to them. And then I found out that I had this long family lineage on both sides of my family involved in all this, going way back, and including my great grandfather 7 generations back was the martyr of the Revolutionary War. He was General Joseph Warren. He's the one who initiated Paul Revere. He's the one.
Old man with sperm whale obsession, multiple levels thereof, repressed dudes on a boat, Old Testament names. There, now you've read Moby Dick. Thank you, dude. I mean, does it really have to be like 500 pages? Whoa. It's a boat and a whale. Right? Come on. What are we doing all this? It's too much.
Who set up the Boston Tea Party, and he was a Grand Commander in the Templar Order at the time. And his brother, John Warren, was the first Grand Master of Freemasonry in the forming United States. And his son, Joseph.
Dude, honestly, I've heard the yogis talk about fucking pee shit too in the old text. I don't care if it cures brain cancer. Well, maybe if I get brain cancer, I'll think of it, but not into piss play. No matter what. I don't care how good it is for me. There's no way it tastes good. Imagine pee actually is bomb.
Warren Jr.
I'll never know. Let me know, guys, in the chat.
Ended up marrying Elizabeth Burns, who was the poet Robert Burns's daughter. And Robert Burns was also a Templar in Scotland. And he wrote All Enzyme that we all sing on New Year's Day every year, so amongst other things. So anyhow, I had this so my middle name's Warren because that's my mother's maiden name. And so the Warren side of the family all goes back to that.
You made a giant peanut butter cookie? Let's go, dude. The Boston Tea Party. Okay, I'd attend that.
And my grandfather, Hugh Warren, he was named Hugh after Hugh DePaynes.
Of course.
And
there's a reason people love it. I mean, some people are real into the pee stuff. Yeah, I know. Ain't me, though. Sorry, guys.
And then he had the Warren, side of it. He's the one who got me involved in all this stuff. And then on my dad's side, Howard Hogan, he was really active.
Although, we'll see if I ever get to the end of the Philosopher's Stone. I might eat my words or my piss. If we stonify it, maybe. But I've also heard of people eating the Philosopher's Stone and then all of their skin sloughs off. I don't know if I'm going to be eating the Philosopher's Stone. Honestly, at the end, I'm just going to for real, totally, fully understand that the Philosopher's Stone is just about building yourself into gold out of lead. Building your spirit.
Freemasonry was a high degree Mason in Nebraska, and
your father was very popular.
I actually did drink it on accident as a kid on a rooftop or road trip. McDonald's cups with my brother. One had orange iced and the other one had piss in it and chose wrong. Dude, your brother is your brother older? He switched it on you for sure. Aged urine is literally supposed to cure anything, and trust me, if I would ever get cancer or something, I'd be. You're right. If I ever got cancer, I'd be drinking my pee for sure. It can't be that bad. I've done a lot worse. I've put a lot worse in my body than my own piss that's already been in my body. Dude, so if you drink your piss, does it just keep coming out like darker and darker? Can you just keep recycling it till you've just got a... Wait, maybe you can just drink your own piss until you literally create the Philosopher's Stone and then you piss it out. You've got to do a kidney stone out of your urethra, but it's the Philosopher's Stone at the end.
Politician in Colorado.
Correct. Yeah, and he'd been raised. He went through a DeMolay program when he was growing up.
Okay.
And I have all his old DeMolay stuff. And he became a Mason, and he was, and he was mayor of.
Philosopher's Stone is not physical. I mean, it could be like everything, right? Literal and metaphor. Never know.
Aurora, Colorado, which is
I will know one of these days when I finish my stone. It's still on my counter. It's just waiting. It's waiting for the right time.
The 50th largest city in the U.S. So it's bigger than Salt Lake City or Philadelphia or St. Louis or a lot of major cities we think of. But he was mayor, and he was involved in all this stuff. But I had no clue growing up
about your...
Bear Grylls literally did look for any excuse to drink his own piss. You're so right.
Dad, my audience knows a lot about the Denver airport and the Masonic connection.
Oh, yeah, correct.
Your father was involved in that?
Yeah. So he's the one who, so the Denver airport was annexed from Aurora. So that wasn't even Denver territory.
Right, it was outside of...
Right, it was outside of Denver. So they annexed it.
That's why it's so fucking far from Denver, dude. Dude, there's no reason for... When you're driving from the Denver airport to Denver... All you're doing is passing like 20 miles of open fields. Why the fuck? What are they doing? And then the best part is you're driving through all these open fields. There's like tumbleweed catchers everywhere. That would be a perfect place for an airport. 30 minutes closer to the city that they claim it's in.
The agreement was that
if New York, dude, I've got to walk. There's a path that flies to LaGuardia literally every like 60 seconds. There's another plane. If I got to deal with that, I think Denver should have to as well. They got their airport so far out, it's almost in a different state, bro.
Denver would get the taxes from the airport, and Aurora would get the taxes from any hotels and stuff that were set up around there. But he also helped set up the what's known as the Gaylord Resort that's out there on Denver.
The Gaylord Resort? Hilarious.
International airport property, and it has the convention center attached to it, and the convention center is actually named after my father. It's the Stephen D. Hogan Convention Center. So because he was all involved in all that stuff, and I have a brother-in-law who's also involved right now in the restructuring of the terminal of the airport, and then I was involved early on. There's a Masonic time capsule out there.
Oh yes,
and it has the Braille plaque on it. And for the longest time, that Braille plaque was actually a plastic plaque. Most people don't know this. And so the secretary of my Masonic lodge, his name was Warren Glover. He passed away years ago, but
these Masons literally making monuments out of plastic, and they say that they built these fucking buildings. Choke on your lies, Freemason cucks.
I went out to the Denver International Airport to put the actual metal plaque on there, and so I was involved in some ways of actually dealing with.
What happened to Stone? I thought you were Stone boys. Free masonry, not free metal shop. What is this shit? Dude. Carve one stone, Masons. Prove it to me. Yeah, exactly. The airport's all the way over there because that's where all the underground tunnels were.
That thing, and it's not alien code, and if you push the right buttons,
yeah, this dude's too connected.
Nothing's going to open up like some people say, but it's just a Braille plaque, you know.
But the Templars are famous for digging tunnels and hiding things.
Of course.
What's under that airport? Tell us.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, I've been down under there. In fact, you can
Not
find,
where the luggage is. What's under that?
No, below that. Even.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's some storage areas. There's no lizard people down there.
Oh.
There was always speculation that there was some entrance to the underworld down there. It's not really. I mean, the whole reason why that property was even selected was it was a
This dude is a boner killer, bro.
deal made between the Denver mayor.
This dude is anti-Viagra.
And
this guy is anti. He's the opposite of horny goat weed right now. Liar! This guy's a fucking dweeb. We're gonna leave his ass in a minute. Don't worry. We'll leave his ass at 9/11.
Who was Pena Boulevard that goes to the airport's named after.
Black Death yesterday said, "I wish I loved anything as much as Cat Dad loves clementines."
Now, and it was kind of a money-making scheme for the politicians at the time.
They do that.
Yeah, exactly.
So
but
no bunkers.
No, well, there is rumors that, and I unofficially, shall we say,
we're off the record.
Right, off the record. There's rumors that there are bunkers down there for the president and other people should there be a calamity on the East Coast and they need to get out of that area. That's an area that they can go to and to be hidden. And they continue to still operate.
We do know that there was a potential impact event years ago, and Obama was correct to that airport.
That's right. And about less than 3 miles from the airport is the Space Force Base, Buckley Space Force Base, which is almost on the property. And in fact, the road that goes...
Yeah, Jay, of course. Dude, these guys couldn't even carve... They couldn't carve an X into a rock. Have you ever seen these people that are masons? Soft hands, bro. Soft-bodied, soft-handed, soft resolve. They literally are only in their position because they have power and money from generations of being rich and powerful. Imagine a single Freemason holding a hammer. It's hilarious to even envision. In all their little outfits. Their little aprons. He's like, "Hey, boss, I'm here to work. It's me, Hiram Abiff. I'm the great builder. Me."
That divides the two properties is the Stephen D. Hogan Parkway, which is also named after my dad. So, and then there's also a housing community too on the Denver airport property called the Highlands, and it's all dedicated to my dad.
It's getting cold.
He was very involved in all that development.
He seemed like a great man, and I watched your eulogy of him online. It was really touching.
Oh, thank you.
When did you learn all the secret history of the Templars when you were...
That sounds like something a lizard would say.
Initiated? Is that kind of how it works?
Yeah. Well, I learned the general history of the Templars as I was growing up. That was a part of my education. But then, as I got involved in stuff, I started learning more of the secret history that was involved there. And I've tried to bring some of that forward and make it public. A lot of things that just nobody's known about. Like you look up Rosicrucian, for example, you're going to hear the same general story of, it was established in Germany, but it doesn't really, and they talk about Johann Valentin Andrea, but they don't really talk about what Johann Valentin Andrea was involved
5-minute warning.
And he grew up in the town of Kalf.
No space heaters. We're going to white knuckle it through this with just the heater blanket. We're good. We're going to be fine.
Spelled C-A-L-W.
Or should I virgin suicides myself and open up the stove and turn the oven on?
In Germany, and his mom was the town alchemist there, and that was a Templar. It was an underground Templar area, and that's where this Militia Crucifera Evangelica was largely based out of. In fact, to this day there are secret chapels there that have the blasons or the coat of arms of all the original members of that tradition, and they have Andrea's coat of arms there, in stained glass, and there's a whole tradition there that.
Hey, How you doing?
Most people have no clue about.
Well, where did the Templars really start, and what was their original mission?
Yeah, so according to, and this isn't, by the way, I'm popularizing, I'm getting this information out there now, but it's something that's been known within the Templar traditions for a long time. The Grand Master before me, Raymond Bernard, he was a very famous historian and esotericist in Paris, and he published a book on this called The Secret Meeting in Rome, which was about his initiation into the Templar Order clear back in 1956. And in it, he talks about that the real purpose for the Templar Order was, the Templar Order quickly realized very early on that there were these flood myths all around the world, and everyone had the same flood myth, alluding to the fact that there was probably a very real cataclysm in antiquity.
We're getting to the point where it's almost non-negotiable.
Right now. But like back then, I mean, it was, it was just kind of considered biblical history, right? And so, but the Templars, they thought there was something to it, and that they also believed that there was a very advanced civilization that had existed prior to this cataclysm.
And when you say advanced, do you mean advanced for their time or for ours?
Both.
So technology we would find advanced.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so much so that even later on, when Francis Bacon wrote his book, The New Atlantis.
Oh, yes.
So Francis Bacon was the secret son of Queen Elizabeth I. He was hidden at birth. He was given to Lady Anne Bacon, who was Queen Elizabeth's lady in waiting. And he was raised by the Bacon, Lord Nicholas Bacon and Lady Anne Bacon. But Francis Bacon and Queen Elizabeth I was a member of this Militia Cruciferi Evangelica. She was a Templar.
And that's something interesting where people think that Knights Templar are just guys on horses.
Right. No. There were women going all the way back to the beginning.
Let's fucking go, dude. All right. The nice boiler guys here. Let's fucking go. We're going to have heat, boys. I just know it.
And farmers and blacksmiths and masons.
Right, exactly. Right. Yeah. It wasn't just knights on horseback. It was and clerics. It was an entire. It was the first multinational.
There was nothing to hear. He just asking if I could get to let one of his guys in. It was the boiler guy from earlier. He said he sent one of his coworkers over to fix it.
Corporation, really.
Sure.
And it had men and women involved in it in different capacities. But and so even after the suppression, as the Templar Order continued to exist secretly underground, there's some very high-level people like Queen Elizabeth I that were involved in it. Francis Bacon had also been involved in it. So when he wrote his New Atlantis, the whole basis of the book was that there was this secret underground Templar body that referred to itself as the College of Solomon.
Yes.
So the head.
I bet it was the FBI planted mics and cameras in the building. I've got the mics and cameras planted right here. It's basically rolling 24/7 anyway. So, all right, here we go, boys. 9/11. Never forget. Don't change this guy yet. He's getting to the point. All right, hell yeah. Smoke him up.
The College of Solomon's wearing a turban with a red Templar cross on it. And they have developed all these technologies, or they're trying to develop all these technologies. And the story goes that there was this ship. It's kind of like the story of Lost, actually, if you ever watched that TV show.
The first season.
Yeah, so there's this ship that crashes on the island, and nobody knows about this island. It's like this hidden island. And when the people get off the ship, they find there's this civilization on this island, and they're totally spiritually and materially way more advanced than the rest of the world. And the people of the island explain to themselves, well, we're the College of Solomon. We develop these technologies, and we know about the whole world, but the whole world doesn't know about us. And they say to them, well, where'd you learn of these technologies? And they say, well, it's like this. We settled on this island. And then
Cat Dad I am the FBI of my building for sure, dude. No, seriously, I do. This is what community is, though. Is going to your nosy neighbor and asking them if they have information on shit. That I like way more than calling the cops or whatever, If something weird's going on, ask me. I'll probably know about it. I'll probably have video of it. I know every sound too, so the guys that work next door, I know every clank of every wrench and every, the sound of the what's the jack on the gravel out back. If I hear anything off, I'm like peering through the blinds, recording.
One day we saw this light out hovering over the ocean, and it was like in the shape of a cross. So we rode our...
Do you want to go supervise? Well, I kind of do. I kind of want to go down and see what the fuck happened so he could tell me what's going on. But no, I don't want to. I don't want to go barge in on the girls either. I mean, they wouldn't mind, but we don't need 4 cooks in the kitchen. I'll ask him when he leaves. Or I'll just text the guy. The dude who normally comes and messes with it. He's dope. I was just texting with him, so I'll just ask him what happened.
Out to it, and there was like this force field that wouldn't let us get any closer to it, and then it spit this book out to us.
Okay.
And so we brought this book back to land, and it was a blueprint for how to create all these technologies. So we've been just trying to develop them ever since. So this is like clearly describing this UFO event,
sure.
Right? But all the technologies were believed to be technologies from the original Atlantis, and it described things like submarines and flying machines and things that didn't exist back in Francis Bacon's day, but it was believed these were the things that the original Atlantis had, and that it was the Templar mission to redevelop these things, and to reestablish a country where they could be developed. And that's really what led to the creation of the United States, to become this new Atlantis where these technologies could be developed.
How does Francis Bacon's story track with Plato's description of Atlantis?
It's different because he's clearly sourcing back to Plato.
Sure.
But then he's also talking about all kinds of things that Plato doesn't talk about. And he talks about like medicines that need to be developed and along with the technologies. And he just says it needs to be reestablished. The new Atlantis needs to be established.
And does that become a Templar mission?
And that becomes the Templar mission, okay. Yeah. And then ultimately, the United States, originally the Royal Society was established in England to try to create these ideas of Francis Bacon. And then that was brought over into the establishment of the United States, which then became the main new Atlantis model to develop these things and perpetuate them.
So when the Templars, they end up in Jerusalem, they're, I believe, granted permission to set up their headquarters.
Correct.
Under the dome.
Right. So this is the secret history.
Yes.
So like,
but this is why we're here. This is why.
Right. So while they're supposed to be protecting pilgrims,
right,
what they're really doing is they're digging, right, and they're doing archaeological excavation under the Temple Mount, and they're going into East Jerusalem, and they're opening up tombs and finding artifacts, and they're bringing this stuff secretly back to Europe. And then they're also going into places like Egypt, where they set up their grand commandery at the Temple of Isis at Philae.
Mm-hmm.
And from there they're going into places like the Temple of Hathor at Dendera and Hatshepsut's temple, in the Valley of the Kings, and in Karnak, and then they leave these Templar markers at all these places, and they leave Templar graffiti at all these places as well. And they're finding artifacts, including arks, like the Ark of the Covenant.
You said arks.
Arks,
so
plural.
Plural arks.
Yeah, so they found 6 arks. But there was probably 100 arks in antiquity. Every temple in Egypt had one of these arks, and you can see it on the temple walls when you know what to look for.
So if there were 100 arks on Earth, then how the arks are described in the Bible is in.
Sorry guys, this is a bum stream. I just keep getting up and dealing with the heat shit. He thinks it might be the thermostat thing now, the thing in my apartment.
Correct.
Well, they were.
Yeah, Hassan is in Canada.
What they were electrostatic capacitors, and they would be set up at certain node points around the planet, and then the electricity would build up and it would just broadcast within the region.
And let me set up for those listening. If you take acacia wood and put gold on either side of it, you create a dielectric, which does transfer electricity.
That's exactly right. And then the other thing they put in the arcs was this, what was referred to as mana, which was really just gold converted into a monoatomic state, and which makes it superconductive. So you put this superconductive substance inside this, and it's going to produce a tremendous amount of electricity.
But monoatomic gold can only do that with some alchemical...
Correct.
Right, because scientists can't do this.
Correct.
But somebody could.
Yes. So the process, the Templars figured out how to do this, right? And it is weird science, because when you take gold and you convert it into the state...
You mean the Templars stole this information from other people who figured out how to do this?
The first thing that happens is the gold, you break it down, and then, but you still have gold. But at a certain point, the gold just disappears.
Well, the lattice structure of the molecules falls away, and you're left with single atoms.
Well, even before that, it literally disappears into a higher dimension.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then when you create the conditions for it to come back, it enters in this monoatomic state where every grain of this gold is one atom thick. That is the two electrons in the outer valence ring both enter into what's called a spin forward. And when that happens, it enters into a high spin state. So the nucleus completely captures the outer valence ring, so it doesn't bind with anything else.
Right.
And when it does this, it generates a tremendous amount of electricity, and it becomes superconductive.
And there are some parts of the Anunnaki legend that say they were here for monoatomic gold.
Right. Yeah, they were mining gold.
And weren't people saying that we were drinking it? That would kind of make sense if it gives you like super, I don't know, super electrical powers. Maybe you can download shit faster. It's like getting an HDMI cable instead of a dumbass VHS cable, or what were those ones called? RCA. Coax.
I think this is when we see modern UAPs in the ocean. I think that's what they're doing. I think they're because this gold, it can also be made deep in the earth and pushed up volcanically, and then it gets deposited in the soil and or in the bottom of the ocean.
I make gold from OnlyFans. There you go. That's the real Philosopher's Stone.
The bottom of the ocean, it's mostly just white powder down there, which is what this monoatomic gold is. But it can be pushed up volcanically, and then plants absorb it. And so the other way you can capture it is you can calcinate down like a bush, right? Burn it down, and you can extract the monoatomic gold out of the ashes.
And that's interesting, because calcinate, that would be one of the steps of alchemy.
Correct. And it's also, we believe, from a Templar perspective, it's why Moses witnessed God as a burning bush, right? Because you have to calcinate down the bush to extract the mana, literally out of the ashes, the monoatomic gold.
Do you remember the name of that bush, the scientific name? Because they're all over Egypt.
Oh yes, it's the tamarisk. Well, there's the tamarisk, and then there's the acacia, but they're all over that area. But there's tamarisk, the thorny tamarisk is what they say was probably the burning bush.
Right. And so there are these perennials, this is for the audience, all over Egypt, that these perennials have highly volatile oils that are flammable.
Correct.
When the conditions are correct in the desert, they catch fire.
That's exactly right. And if you extract the ashes from that, you can extract this monatomic gold from those ashes. This is also, by the way, we believe why later on the Hebrew priests at like Solomon's temple were demanding all these burnt sacrifices, because again, you can extract the monoatomics, the mana, quote unquote. And mana, by the way, mana just in Hebrew means what is it? It's literally what it means is what is it, and it's called that because if you do a spectroscopic analysis or a chemical testing with this monoatomics, it doesn't show up as anything.
Right.
So it's like mana, what is it?
So take us to back to the ark. The mana is in there.
So it's placed in the ark. Even the Bible says that there was a pot of mana placed in the ark. But if you
mana provided throughout the entire Exodus.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. In Moses, he also burned the golden calf into this white powder, and for centuries, scientists said, "Oh, see, this is just proof that the Bible's ridiculous because everyone knows gold melts. It doesn't turn into a powder. But actually, if you do this alchemical process to it, it does turn into a powder. And it does not only, you can see this in ancient Egypt on all the temples, wherever you see an ark, you'll also see the pharaoh with his hand out with this mound-shaped cone on his hand. That cone mound is the manna. It's the manna bread. And when you form the manna in the vessel, when the gold, it phase shifts into this other dimension, and when you bring it back in the vessel, it forms that exact mound shape. And so that's why they're depicting it that way. But the pharaoh would eat that, and it had incredible health benefits, in terms of curing cancer and everything else. But it was also put inside those arks, and it would produce this tremendous amount of power. And I'm certain, actually, that's why these phase shifting UFOs, these UAPs, that are phase shifting the same way that the gold does, when you do this alchemical process to it, that's what they're doing. They're mining this stuff, because it allows them to use. And by the way, the Hebrew tradition referred to this substance as manna, right? But and it was said to, if you read texts like the Kebra Nagas, which is the Ethiopian text, that talks about King Solomon's flying craft.
And Menelik, yes.
Right, and Menelik. King Solomon's flying craft was said to be powered by this manna, right?
But wait, there's more.
More. In the ancient Vedic texts, they talk about flying craft, and they're referred to as Vimana. In the Sumerian text, they talk about the Anunnaki, these gods, having flying craft, and the flying craft are referred to as Shimana. And the Polynesian cultures that talk about like how the Eastern Island statues were moved, it was with a substance that was referred to as manna, right? In like Tibetan traditions, the white stone of enlightenment was referred to as mani. It's all the same stuff, and you find it universal. And the other unique...
Dude, I want to fucking bang a rail of it, right? Can we bang rails of mana? I feel like I've been preparing for this my whole life, is to just bang a fatty rail of mana. It's just gold? Nice. Squeaks, what are you doing?
Thing that happens
Tonight's stream is chaos.
This mana,
Squeaks,
when you put it in, when you subject it to a weak electrostatic or electromagnetic field, it causes the vessel containing it to start to weigh less than nothing. This is really how a couple people with rods could carry the Ark of the Covenant, which would have weighed several tons. With all that gold and acacia wood.
And maybe it's a coincidence or maybe not, but the priests that carried the ark were the Levites.
Right.
It sounds a lot like levitation.
Levitation.
Yes.
Right, exactly. Yeah, not that the word levitation is a Hebrew word, but I mean, you tell me where the word levitation
it's
comes
just
from.
interesting.
There's a lot of root words to things that we normally don't think of as with certain cultures. For example, the word ignite, right, comes from ignis, right? The Greek ignis, which meant fire.
Okay, tonight's stream's been pretty baller. Okay, good. Sorry.
You know where that comes from?
No.
It comes from the Sanskrit agni, which meant fire.
Okay.
So agni became igni, which where we get ignite. But like most people would never, so they take it back to the Greek, but they wouldn't realize it actually comes from the Sanskrit.
Sure.
So there's words all the time that get incorporated into words we use in English. Or the word on, for example, when you turn on a light switch, on was the ancient Egyptian word for light. So you're literally turning on the light, and there's lots of words like that we've inherited that we don't really remember the origins of.
True.
And scholars are quick to point them back to the Roman or the Latin or the Greek. But the Greeks and the Romans, they got those from other cultures.
Sure.
Too. So, I mean, it's...
yeah, you can see a lot of... Polynesian cultures have words with Greek roots, but there's an argument to be made that it's kind of the other way around.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, 100%.
So to the Ark, what did the Israelites think they had? What were they doing with this box?
So we believe, this from a Templar perspective.
Sure.
Okay? We're quite certain that the whole Moses story really goes back to, you have to understand the history associated with the pharaoh Akhenaten. So Akhenaten was the first pharaoh to proclaim monotheism in history. He said all the gods of Egypt were actually a part of one god that was known as the Aten, or my Aten, which in ancient Egyptian was Atenai, right? When Akhenaten got deposed, because the Amun priesthood rose up and were like, hey, we're not going to do this one god thing anymore.
Right, they worshiped Amun and the others.
Right, so they had to go underground. Akhenaten had a brother whose name was Tutmosis. And when Akhenaten was deposed, Tutmosis is the one that took all the Atenist followers out of Egypt. And he took them up into Phoenicia. And they really literally became the Canaanites and became the early Hebrews. And so in words like Atenai became Adonai, which meant Lord in Hebrew. But the ark that's associated with the Hebrew tradition really was one of these arks that was in Egypt that was was used to generate power. And we believe these arks, according to the ancient Egyptian account, these were technologies that had come from Utlant,
right,
which was their name for what we now call Atlantis. And it's depicted on the at Edfu at the Temple of Horus.
Yep.
There's what's called the building texts that are on the wall there, and they show the gods, the Neiters, coming over in boats from the primordial mound that had drowned in the ocean as they came to Egypt to settle. And they also showed these arks on the boats being brought over. So anytime you see an ark in Egypt, one of these arks, it's always depicted on a boat. And it's because it was technology that was brought over from Utlant.
Sure.
And deposited in these temples that were then used as like power stations.
I mean, there's even that story in the Bible about Uzzah who goes to steady the ark and is electrocuted.
Right, literally he kills him on the spot, because he's shocked to death. Yeah, so and that was the other thing. So the pharaohs are always depicted with these rods next to the ark because they were grounding rods.
Yes.
So you could literally put the rod in the ground, drop it against the ark, and it would ground the electricity, so then you could open it. And in the Torah or the Old Testament, these were it was Aaron's rod. That's what Aaron's rod was used for. Same thing. It was a grounding rod. You put it in the ground, drop it against the ark, discharge the electricity, so then you could handle the ark. But if you didn't do that, the ark would start to build up static electricity over several hours or several days, and then it would discharge through the winged figures on the top.
The cherubim, yeah.
The cherubim. And if you remember in the story, Moses, he sets up a tabernacle in the wilderness, which he did with wool curtains.
Right.
Right? And wool is also a static generator.
That's right.
So it would help to build up that static, that would then be collected in the ark as a capacitor, which would then discharge it.
That's true. When they would send priests into the tabernacle, they would tie a rope around their legs.
Yeah, because if they got killed, they could pull them out. Yeah, so they wouldn't get electrocuted too. Yeah, so it's so the Templar Order, they found 6 of these arks.
Where did they find these?
In between Jerusalem and Egypt.
Okay.
And most of them were found in Egypt. In fact, at the Temple of Seti I at Abydos, there's a secret chamber. It's called the Seti room now, but it's a chamber. It's closed to the public. We lead tours in Egypt, and we have access to this chamber. And what it has depicted on the temple wall is it shows Seti I holding the manna bread in his hand next to an ark, and then it shows another ark on the boat undergoing transportation, but the ark right next to him, there's also 3 red Templar crosses that were painted by the order back in the late 1100s. That's where they found the first ark, was in that room. And that's one of the arks that they secured that we still have to this day. So
let's take a quick break, and I want to come back and talk about the arks that you found. And I'd like to get into a little bit of ancient Egypt and how they could have worked as technology.
Absolutely.
Right.
Sure.
All right. We'll be right back. All right. So the Hebrews had the arks. They probably didn't know what they were.
You're correct. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They didn't understand. Well, they had a ark.
Right.
For sure. And they quickly learned that it could be deadly.
Sure.
And it would probably, it'd build up this power. Interestingly, if you look at around the world, and you'll see this all over Egypt, but also other places like Cambodia and in Peru. there's these what are known as, they're called butterfly clamps, which fit these stones together, and then there's these clamps, and it's the same looking clamp. Those weren't actually, we believe, weren't really to hold the stones together, because if you wanted to hold the stones together, it would be thicker in the center and smaller on the sides. But in these cases, it's thicker on the sides and thinner in the center. So the purpose of them wasn't, and it was metal. We know it was metal that was put in there. The purpose wasn't really to hold the stones together. They created a zipper effect around the temples, and they were like the receiving for these arcs. So as the energy was broadcasted, it'd be picked up by this metal zipper that would go around the temples, and then they could just kind of plug into that, you know. We think that's what they were really used for.
And you think there was about 100 of them?
Oh yeah, at least.
Around the world?
Yeah, maybe even more. I mean, you find, even to this day in Japan, and the Shinto tradition, they have these arcs that they bring out of their temples, you know, once a year, and they'll parade them around the town, and they look exactly like the Ark of the Covenant.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, but it comes from the early Japanese tradition, you know, of having these arcs, you know. So it was an international thing that I think went back to this technology of Atlantis, that, you know, when that civilization collapsed, you know, there's certain ones that were preserved, and then later they made kind of like symbolic replicas of them. You see this a lot in Ethiopia, even to this day. They call them tablet boxes, but they...
So do you believe that the ark that's allegedly in Axum in Ethiopia?
I think it's real.
You think it's real?
Yeah, I think it's one of the real ones.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no reason to...
I wonder if the U.S. was Atlantis. Dude, well, I mean, you've heard that before. People say Atlanta might be Atlantis. Hell yeah.
I doubt it, actually. I mean, that whole Ethiopian tradition there is very old.
The Kevin Nagas talks about the ark coming there.
Correct, yeah. And it also, there's one of the earliest Jewish temples in Egypt was actually on Elephantine Island.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been into the ruins of that area is closed to the public, but I've been in there.
How do you get access to all these places? By the way, Tim does tours.
Yeah.
That I am definitely going to take. How do you get access to these places?
Well, because the order's been there for the last 1,000 years doing research, and so they just give us access, you know, because we've always been respectful. They allow us to do our initiation ceremonies in the Great Pyramid. Still, it's not a problem.
Does the Great Pyramid have anything to do with the arcs?
Some believe that the so-called sarcophagus, the box that's in the king's chamber, was originally designed to hold an ark.
It would fit better than a body.
Right.
True.
Others believe there is something else that's going on in Egypt. At all these temples where you find these arks, there's also talks of stargates that are this is in the hieroglyphs on the temple walls. They talk about stargates, and that these arks were being used to provide the energy for these stargates, and that the pharaoh would go through these stargates and meet with the Needers, the gods, who would instruct him, and then he would come back and pass that on to the rest of Egypt. And there were only like 7 pharaohs that were considered masters of the stargates, and Hatshepsut was one, and then her son Tutmosis III was one. Even Akhenaten, who was the great grandson of Tutmosis III, was also listed as a master of the Stargate.
I have an episode coming out at some point that's going to be controversial that alleges that Akhenaten might have been Moses.
Yeah, we think it was his brother Tutmosis. So Tutmosis became Moses.
Yep.
Right.
And Tutmosis II, he was just found just a couple of weeks ago.
Correct. Yeah. So there is, we think so. There's some evidence that this idea of the Aten, the one god that Akhenaten talked about, was actually known by the pharaohs going back to Tutmosis III at least, and that it was knowledge that was secret amongst the pharaohs, that all the gods were aspects of one god, and it was only Akhenaten who then made that idea public, and that was where his real heresy was.
Sure, I mean, he moved the capital right from Cairo.
Right. And he set up Tel Amarna.
Yes.
And he, and then of course Nefertiti was his wife.
He's swapping my thermostat for a digital one. So, upgrade, boys. I think the thermostat was fucked up. I don't know. We'll see. Who knows? I can feel it though. We're getting heat tonight, boys.
Well, the real kicker there is that there are busts of Nefertiti. Well, same that headdress that Nefertiti is wearing is actually a Mayan headdress. And on Elephantine Island, there is a secret Tutmosis III temple there, and it shows Mayans trading beads with Egyptians.
Again, this is Anunnaki legend that after the Great Flood, the Yucatan survivors went and Egypt survivors went.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we think what happened was actually, so the Mayans, they referred to Atzalan, which was the homeland. The Egyptian temple walls talk about Utlant, which is the same place, and that we think what the Egyptians later did, so the Egyptians inherited all this stuff, right? They didn't even know what most of it was.
They found it.
They found it. I mean,
just like the fucking Freemasons, huh? Very interesting.
When they found the Serapeum, for example, where there was these giant granite boxes that weigh 700 tons and are so perfectly and precisely made, the Egyptians couldn't have made that. They had copper tools.
Right, and those I've seen those right angles measured with lasers.
Right, and they're precise.
Yes.
No one knows really what the boxes were for. According to early accounts, the only thing that was found in them was a white powder. Right?
Right.
So it was probably this monoatomic gold. And it was probably a survivor bunker, to preserve this stuff from the cataclysm. So when the Egyptians later found it, they were totally freaked out. We know they were because they started sacrificing bulls there. They started eating the dirt out of the temple walls because they thought it might have magical properties. I mean, these were not the technologically advanced people who made those boxes. These were the later people who found them, clearly, and were trying to process it. But we also know that the Egyptians wanted to find the original homeland of the Needers and of this tradition. And so they probably sailed in boats over to the Yucatan and met with the Mayans who had the same tradition. And we don't know how much they associated with them, but we do know, like in the Valley of the Queens, for example, there's a tomb dedicated to a Queen Maya, and there's Mayan artwork in the tomb, so there had to have been some crossbreeding going on, and it may be that Nefertiti herself was a Mayan princess. She was said to have come from a foreign land, and and that was Akhenaten's wife.
Right.
So, and then King Tutankhamun was their son.
Right.
And his original name was Tutankhaten, after the Atenites. In fact, his throne says Tutankhaten on it, but he had to change it to Amun because the Amun priesthood took over at that point. So
we've got the arcs transmitting energy. I subscribe to the pyramid power plant theory.
Yeah, if you were to put one of those arcs in there and turn it on, I mean, even without adding chemicals and everything else to create that energy, as is the theory. Even beyond all that, the granite in there is piezoelectric.
That's the rose granite.
Right, the rose granite. So as that pressure is put on.
All right, supposedly we're going to have heat soon. The thermostat's on. These pipes are not on yet, but I have faith.
On it. It produces electricity. It's in the middle of the desert.
Ooh, damn, Che's going to bad. I like that. You're breaking bad tonight, Che? Night. I'm going to bad tonight. Me too, dude. I'm going to be bad as fuck tonight. Not making fun of typos, just making fun of happy little accidents, Happy little accidents that revealed the truth.
The pyramid itself is a giant electrostatic capacitor. If you stand on top of the pyramid and you take a bottle with a wet rag on it and hold it up, sparks are going to be.
All right, you guys want to watch something else? We'll wrap up on some other shit.
Shooting off the top of it, just because it's already building up static electricity. But then if you put an arc in the center of it, with this monoatomic substance, the superconductive substance, is going to really generate a lot of power.
And you throw a gold capstone on top.
Yeah, of course. It's just going to transmit it throughout the region. And really, I think there's some theories that Nikola Tesla, when he was developing his Wardenclyffe Tower and all of his research he was doing in Colorado Springs, Colorado, he was trying to mimic this process.
Sure. I mean, he built Wardenclyffe on top of an aquifer, just like Giza.
Right. Just like Giza. Yep.
Here's where I get tripped up. Is I can buy into the fact that there's electricity flowing around the ancient world, but what were they powering?
I think they were powering the same things we power today. I think by some accounts, the Earth was as populated and as advanced as it is today.
Wow, that's a big claim.
It's a huge claim. I'm willing to make it because there is evidence for that. There's even evidence of nuclear detonations in the ancient world. At places like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, even on Easter Island. And by the way, this is something you never hear about. So Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa in India, there was a script that was found. The only other place we find that exact same script is on Easter Island, which is on the exact opposite side of the globe.
Right.
Let's go.
There was clearly a worldwide.
Let's fucking go, boys. The heat's coming on. I'm going to text my neighbors. It's happening. Yeah, they just said we just started hearing noise from the radiators. Woo! Dude, it's literally 48 degrees in here. Yeah. Awesome. All right, cool,
Advanced
boys.
civilization that was going on. Harry Truman, when he wrote in his diary entry that, by the way, Harry Truman was a past Grand Master of Missouri for Freemasonry. He was a 33rd degree Freemason, and he was a Templar.
Like, dude, I feel like literally everyone should know this information about all these presidents. Why are we finding this out in our twilight years, you know?
When he wrote in his diary entry about the discovering of the atomic bomb, he says, "We have discovered an ancient weapon."
I didn't know he said that.
Yeah, those were his exact words. We have discovered an ancient weapon.
And these texts you're talking about, they do talk about a sky filled with fire.
Absolutely. Oppenheimer was a Sanskrit scholar.
Yes.
That's why when he said, "I've become death, the destroyer of worlds," that's directly from the Mahabharata.
Yes.
And books like the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, they say things like, it talks about atomic detonations. It says, Gurkha, flying his powerful Vimana, hurled a single projectile with all the power of the universe. It was an unknown weapon, an iron thunderbolt, which would reduce to ashes the entire race of the Vrishnis and Ankadas.
An iron thunderbolt, that sounds like a nuke.
A pottery broke without...
Yeah, dude, it was 48 degrees, 49 degrees in here. It was fucking cold.
Without apparent cause. Elephants burst into flame and ran madly. The birds croaked madly. After a few days had passed over, all foodstuff became infected. Hair and nails began to fall out.
Sounds like radiation poisoning.
Radiation poisoning. The soldiers threw themselves in the streams to wash themselves and their equipment. Clouds roared upward, showering gravel. I mean, these were all the descriptions of this weapon. And by the way, the Vimanas were these flying craft, you know. So these are in ancient texts. These were things that the Nazis were studying, that Annanerba were studying to try to develop this. And when they were developing their V2 program, that Oppenheimer, was in charge of, and then he was brought over to establish the NASA program for the...
Von Braun.
Von Braun, Werner von Braun, sorry, not Oppenheimer, Werner von Braun. He was in charge of the V2 program. He was brought over to develop Saturn V for NASA. But again, we're talking about ancient technology. And there is plenty of evidence of this around the ancient world, and it's mentioned in the text, the ancient texts. So I think the world was a lot more advanced than anyone's willing to talk about.
I agree, dude.
I think that there was this mass cataclysm. I mean, just like today, most of the major cities were on the coast. As sea levels rose 300 feet, it just erased everything. And then all that was left over was the myths and some areas of survival.
Hey, don't forget the big thing that was left behind that y'all want to fucking pretend wasn't left behind. Your buildings, bitch. We know. All them buildings are still here. What are you talking about? Bro, all these buildings are fucking ancient. Soup's ancient.
One of the things that we point out when we go to Egypt, for example, when we do the tours in Egypt, and this is not a well-known or popular theory, but we believe that the Valley of the Kings, for example, was originally survival bunkers. Because most people think of them as just these tombs built into the cliff sides, but what they don't realize is all those tombs are connected by these tunnels that go deep down into the earth, where they're all connected. And it would have taken thousands of people to carve out all these tunnels. And if you were a pharaoh and you're trying to find a place to hide yourself where you're buried, you're certainly not going to hire thousands of workers to create a bunch of tunnels so that you could be buried down there. I mean, the secret would have gotten out right away. So we believe that from a Templar perspective, that the pharaohs wanted to be buried at the place where their ancestors originally came out after the cataclysm. And so the other thing that these pharaohs did is in their tombs, they tried to preserve the knowledge of that civilization prior to the cataclysm. And so we show, for example, in certain tombs where there's these tall men with red beards that have baby woolly mammoths and giant sloths on leashes. Like
pre-ice age animal.
Pre-ice age animals that the Egyptians shouldn't even know about.
No.
And there they are, carved in the tomb, being preserved by the pharaoh. Why would he want to preserve that in his tomb in that area?
Is that public, or is that something that
Ice Age, not real.
You've seen?
It's something I've seen. I mean, I can show the photos of it, but I mean, it's that's one of the things we show.
What's how they melted stone, Lori? What, their iron thunderbolt?
Oh, when we go on these tours, so people can see it.
Your tour will go in there?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, that is interesting that, Oppenheimer was a Sanskrit scholar. I know there's some truth in all this Sanskrit, bro. Sounds meant words. I feel like everything is like bastardized off of Sanskrit and made more and more complicated to like trick us all. Language all feels like a big trick to me. Yeah, nuke's not real. I believe that. So, but what's the deal? Did Nagasaki and Hiroshima, did they just drop a bunch of bombs or something and not just one? Why aren't nukes real? Is it just another big money laundering scheme like NASA?
Show it.
Because the Tomb of the Kings, that network theory, that's disputed. But have you seen that network?
Oh yeah, well they have it. They have that entire tunnel network is. They actually, when you go into the entrance of the Valley of the Kings, they have a model of it for the public to see.
Oh my goodness!
It looks like a giant ant farm underneath there, and some of them go down, 200-300 feet down into the in there.
Like why? Do just these stupid ass Freemasons get to know all this stuff?
Why did they even have these tunnels?
Yeah, too many words sound the same with different meaning. I know they try and discombobulate us, dude. But I think pure language is just sound meaning. Fuck words.
Or for their tombs. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
It makes sense if you understand those were survival bunkers,
It makes me think of the underground city Derinkuyu in Turkey.
Same type of deal, exactly.
Oh, so the story of them dropping one bomb is just to scare us all, but they just firebomb Japan? I believe that. I do think that no matter what, I think that bombing Nagasaki and Hiroshima was to fucking destroy Tartaria shit, for sure. Or, you know, whatever Tartaria is. Atlantis, I mean. I don't know. Not the official story. Whoever was here first. Dude, I mean, these buildings, sure, they could be a couple thousand years old, right? But I don't think that these like ancient civilizations are really as long ago as they claim. Like, maybe the timeline is way more compressed, like super compressed. Like, I don't know, few dozen thousand years, right? Or are we thinking millions? I don't know, man. I just don't feel like at the level of control that we live under now, to me, it's pretty clear that, like, I don't think that we were just getting to live and do whatever the fuck we want for, like, 10 million years. No way, right? These motherfuckers had to have been using us from the beginning. I don't know. Sometimes I flip-flop. I'm back on the we were just genetically modified people 20,000 years ago by the Anunnaki. Cuz dude, we're just going to be able to live in harmony and like do what we do? No. These motherfuckers been riding us for a while, I think. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Joe Matria. It's either millions or 6,000 years. Exactly. That's where I'm at. Sometimes it's just you wake up. It's just the way you wake up. Today I'm on that. Were we ever allowed to just be ourselves? I don't think so. I think these motherfuckers been fucking with us forever. What am I going to ask Thoth? Thoth is going to say, oh, let me have a grounded statement for you real quick. The official story is that Charles Darwin said blah, 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 blah. Millions and trillions of years. Total accident. Humans, total accident. Perfectly, impeccably designed flesh computer. Designed by accident. When was New York founded? Weren't the Dutch colony bitches here in like the 1500s or some shit? Definitely by the 1600s.
Yep, exactly same time. And for that matter, and this is another Templar.
Well, you know, according to the McGraw-Hill textbooks. But I think New York is probably one of the oldest cities ever. No, it's probably not one of the oldest. That's... Like, it does seem like there is a progression of the areas, right? Like, there's definitely, like, all of the buildings are all similar, a lot, like, very similar, but there are some regional and maybe temporal, like, time differences, you know? Are we all just 3D printed? I mean, dude, some days I wake up and I go, all white people are made by Yakub in a DNA fucking, you know, we were all designed by evil Yakub, the big-brained scientist. You never know. The first building ever built was in Florida by Spain, possibly. You never know.
Thing.
No, I feel like it does kind of feel like everything either started like the Iran region seems super, super old. I mean, everything kind of seems super, super old. I don't know. I want to know the fucking timeline. The best part is there probably really isn't one. It's probably just, we're just dropping into modes like Grand Theft Auto. Like, we're dropping into new worlds. There is no time. There is no timeline. There's no linearity. But there's gotta be. Cause and effect, right? But yeah, dude, I want to be run through the timeline at soonest available time, you know? No rush, but I would like to see it. Yeah, don't forget to like the live stream, boys.
One of the things that the order also discovered when it first went to Egypt is that there were these massive tunnel networks that existed between Giza and Saqqara. All right? Saqqara is where the step pyramid of Zoser is. That word Saqqara is actually where we get the word sacred from.
Okay.
But there are tunnels that stretch that whole...
Yeah, dude, Interstellar. I fuck with Interstellar, the Tesseract shit too. Yeah. I want to fly through my Tesseract. No, I want to fly through Gaia's Tesseract. Fuck my I don't give a fuck about mine. Unless there is a through line where you get to see, like, you hop through different lives, like Tree of Life style. That would be cool. You get to watch your thread of light throughout all history, and that's how you find out about the timeline. That would be sick. Wait, St. Augustine really is like the first city? I feel like I did hear that, actually. I mean, that's where the Fountain of Youth is, right? I think Atlantis probably was near the American South or in the Gulf of America. Or, yeah, somewhere in the Atlantic. Dude, what if Atlantis is in the hole where the Gulf of America is? You know what I mean? You know how the Gulf of America is like a big circle? What if that's just where Atlantis was and they just fucking... they Iron Thunderbolted it?
Way. Large tunnels. That area, that underground in the ancient Egyptian language was known as Rastau, which just meant underworld. When the Templars discovered this, they brought that knowledge back with them, and they transliterated the Egyptian Rastau into the Latin language they're familiar with. So Ras became rose, and Tau became cross.
Oh my goodness.
So they adopted the symbol of the rose cross to talk about the secret underground area of Egypt. And then when they went and set up the cathedrals, when they started building the cathedrals of Europe, and they were...
I do think we're infinite, bro. Right, J-Love? You found some fucked up shit on maps? Well, you can either make videos of them or you can post on the Discord.
Bringing back this Egyptian knowledge, and they were trying to set up the cathedrals in the same manner of the Egyptian temples.
Yeah, right? The Gulf of... I don't know what the Gulf of Mexico is. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, right? The Gulf of Mexico is... I mean, that is where they say the asteroid impact was, right? Or somewhere around there? Is it near Chichen Itza or whatever? No. Gulf of America. We're taking it back, boys.
And they put their alchemical knowledge, like you could go to Notre Dame Cathedral, the front doors of Notre Dame Cathedral, they have all the stages of alchemy depicted, which nobody knew at that time except for groups like the Sabaeans and the Druze in the Middle East. So it's very clear that the Templars were associated with them and bringing this knowledge back. But they set up...
Yeah, dude, I want to walk from the Grand Canyon to Africa. Let me walk through the fucking Stargate.
Up the cathedral, so if you view them from the sky, they're crosses. But then they put the rose windows in them, right, to make them rose crosses.
Right.
Ras Tau, that knowledge from Egypt, from the underworld of Egypt.
So the Rosicrucians are the followers of...
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Templar Order, when they created the Rosicrucian Order in Germany, that symbol, the Rose Cross, was just pointing back to the Ras Tau, the underworld of Egypt. And this is also why they also brought over... they put the Black Madonnas in the crypts of the cathedrals. This was hearkening back to the Temple of Isis, where they had their Grand Commandery in Egypt, where they had the granite or the basalt statues of Isis with the young child Horus on her lap. That was, it was black basalt in ancient Egypt. So they just recreated that image and painted it black and put it in the crypts of the cathedrals where they're holding their secret initiation ceremonies. And it was to hearken back to that origin in Egypt. And there was a lot of things like that. I mean, another example is the Baphomet, right? They're accused of worshiping this ram-headed figure, right? Well, what that ram-headed figure was it was actually the god Amun of ancient Egypt, which was where we get the word Amen from.
Yeah.
And it was a ram because it was created during the age of Aries. All that Egyptian stuff was largely created during the age of Aries.
This is some manly P. Hall shit here. I like this stuff.
Judaism came out of that age of Aries, which is why they use all this shepherd metaphor and you'll see the rabbi with their locks that are made to look like lamb.
Yeah.
Lamb ears, and but the that word Baphomet, it actually comes.
The best parts of England are Ireland, are outside of England, Ireland and Scotland. Dude, the food in England is pretty bust. The food in Ireland sucks too. I mean, all these people do is eat French fries, bro. Truly, that's it. All they fucking eat is French fries. And big ass sausages that are fried. It's crazy, dude. All their colons, they got to be backed up. All of them need fucking what's it called? An enema for sure. They got to get all those sausages out of there.
Comes from
baked potato with beans and tuna. That's what they eat there. And Wales sucks too. How do they not have any good food there? What's up with that, dude? I mean, don't get me wrong. I do love like fried fish. They do a great fried fish, right? But like not every meal is fried fish and potato chips or French fries. What the fuck?
Egyptian, Ba meant soul, Fa meant...
Oh, yeah. You should share that map in the Discord, Zayway. Would you like... what do they call a jacket potato with tuna?
From, and Mat meant universal order.
Code tuna.
So it was literally the soul from the universal order. Or, and that was Baphomet. But
the best part of England is Wales. I got you. Sorry, I thought you were mentioning or talking about the food part.
It was
beef Wellington's their one good food contribution. I mean, really, that's it. They didn't even make fried fish, bro. Long John Silver's honestly does better fried fish than most of England.
It was a figure of the god Amun.
And I would eat hush puppies any day over any of the bullshit that they have there. I mean, dude, their breakfast, it's like a million things that all don't really kind of go together. Dude, pancakes. Just make it easy, man. You don't gotta have blood sausage, beans, and toast, and fucking probably tuna. What's the other weird shit they always got? I don't know. It's like a million things and you kind of leave unsatisfied. And you're like, the whole time you're like, these people couldn't think of making pancakes? Like all of England. These motherfuckers they conquered everything. And they didn't think of making cake, breakfast cake with syrup on it. Sugar. What was the point of getting all this sugar? Did they have sugar? Or were they just stealing spices? Yeah, they eat tea and crumpets. What's worse, well, I think cold tuna on a hot ass baked potato is way weirder. Well, I mean that's both. It's honestly both of them are super weird. You can't really have hot tuna fish. That'd be kind of gross. No, that's not true. I've had a hot tuna fish sandwich before. Smells awful, but it's pretty good. But I think the weirdest thing is the cold, you know, because the potato's hot as fuck, and then it's got that layer where it's like half warm and half cold, and then the inside where the tuna slop is cold. Blech. And then it'll bring down all of the heat of the rest of the jacket potato. Yeah, tuna patties are legit. Yeah, how does England not know how to smash a burger? Dude, they don't even know how to make hamburgers. Their burgers taste fucking weird there. Add an egg, some breadcrumbs, and pan fry. They're like, no, we can't figure it out. What if we added blood? They're like, we make burgers out of blood and rice. Freaks.
And he was a ram because...
Yeah, tuna melt is dope. I was thinking like tuna, you know, like a tuna salad, like a mayonnaise-based one. But I guess they are kind of mayonnaise-based when they're hot tuna melts. Yeah, and that's the thing, too. The mushy peas aren't even the... Like, I like peas. But they got to do mushy peas and then fucking boiled eels. Oh. You don't do mushy on mushy on mushy. It's like a mush fest. The blood sausage is fine. It's just weird. I mean, it just like tastes like metal, kind of. The other thing too is that it's always like, I kind of like it because it doesn't bother me that much because it's usually like burnt to a fucking crisp and is dry as fuck, which most people don't like that. They always like it. They always like wet meat. They like fatty wet meat. But the blood sausage shit's always kind of like dried the fuck out. It's fine. It tastes kind of, you know, it's like kind of gamey. It's like earthy. If you like, it reminds me of like how liver tastes. Liver's kind of weird, but also kind of tastes good, you know? It's kind of like that.
What sound does a ram make? Ba.
Oh, yeah.
Which means soul, right? So, and you'll see this too if you go to Karnak, for example. There's a row of sphinxes.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're going into Karnak, you'll see all these ram-headed...
Happy 9/11 to our Central Standard Time, homies. What is it called? Mountain Time? No, Central Time. Mountain Time's next. We're going to wrap up shortly here.
Again,
sorry, we didn't do another video. We just listened to this Freemason program us. Computer! Have you guys seen those dumbass videos of that guy who walks up to people and goes, "Computer, make this guy have the best day ever. Computer, make these two guys kiss."
The ram was Amun, but then he had
I love a burnt sausage. I don't know about metal though. You know what I mean though? I mean it's like blood, you know, so it's irony. You know when you like, I'm trying to think of another. I mean it's like when you bite your lip and you taste your blood, you know how it tastes like metal? It's like that.
They have ram head.
It does for me anyway. Are you guys not made out of metal? Oh, when I used to be human, I mean I am human. I still am to this day.
Heads, but they have lion bodies.
Hey,
And the reason for this is the lion represented the age of Leo.
Leave her alone.
Where the Egyptian civilization came out of.
Sure.
But then the temple was being created during the age of Aries, which was the ram. Right? So that's what they were saying. They were saying, look, we're creating this temple now
9/11.
during the age of Aries.
How far back
Amun.
would that take us?
Well, so the age of Leo was during the Younger Dryas cataclysm.
Of course. So
that's when the Sphinx was built.
Right.
Right? Was during that time.
Facing Leo.
Facing Leo on the horizon. Yeah. So it was saying, look, our foundations that we came out of was during the age of Leo, during the cataclysm, the Younger Dryas cataclysm. We are now practicing under the age of Aries. So God.
Computer, make this guy's balls shrink to the size of peanuts.
Amun is depicted as a ram for that reason. And the ram, of course, says Ba, which is the soul.
Let's talk.
Dude, England would die if they had a Chipotle. There's no way they got a Chipotle, right? Dude, we tried to have tacos once in England. It was the biggest disaster of all time. Bro, I don't know what the fuck I was like, oh man, I bet tacos would be dope. This is a melting pot too. No, the fuck it's not. It's not. Their Chinese is weird there too. Don't fuck with it. They even made their Chinese food weird. How do you do that? Honestly, they kind of made their Indian food weird too. And literally everything is I feel like they sell every single place, even ethnic places. All they do is make French fries and then they have sides of their other dishes. Chipotle's in London. I wonder if it does massive game there. I bet everybody loves it. Just slamming the mild corn salsa. Yeah, Mexican food doesn't work on the entire half of the globe. Yeah, on the entire other half of the globe. Yeah, for sure. Computer, give this guy a more positive disposition.
A little bit about the controversial stuff regarding religious artifacts.
Sure, absolutely.
I mean, I've been following you for a long time. I don't think you can get away from these anymore.
No. Let's do it.
I don't know. Do you want to? I might be more comfortable you telling what you found than me putting words in your mouth.
Absolutely. Okay. Sounds good. So the Templar Order found a number of artifacts as they were digging in Jerusalem and in Egypt.
Yo, do these Freemasons have a newsletter that I can get? Like, I want a copy of it. They got a monthly newsletter where they're telling all their diabolical secrets. I need some of that.
They found these arcs that we talked about, 6 arcs. In particular, 6 arcs that they captured, they brought back up through into Lebanon for a while, and then into France, and into Portugal, and into Scotland, and from there they brought them over to the New World. So they were traveling over to the Americas. They actually had, by the time the order was suppressed, by 1314, they had already mapped all of North America.
Sure.
They hid. They were trading with the Mayans. In fact, if you go to Roslyn Chapel, which was completed by 1420.
Yeah, I do want to talk about that.
There's a stained glass window that's...
Computer, give these guys the same haircut.
That has American corn and aloe cactus depicted on it.
Yes.
But it also has Mayan pyramids.
I did not see those.
Yeah, so the corn...
Is this the zodiac up there? And then what? This is the globe? Mexicana? Oh, bro. Donald Trump is going to be fucking pissed when he sees this map. Wait, it's called America Mexicana? Shit, bro. Trump's gonna be big pissed. Dude, this... Can we get a fucking high resolution scan of this bitch? Africa. This is me, dude. Whatever this thing is, that's who I am right now. It's like a pigfish. I feel him. Hydra. Wish I could speak whatever this language is. Circulus Arcticus. Circulus means to circle, right? Antarctica. Circulus Antarctica. Circular Antarctica. What if? What the fuck if? There's me. America Mexicana, dude. Agama. Dude, does this say Chipotle right there? The Chipotle was here. The Chipotle was always there. Shilaga. Dude, this map rules. Magala Nika. Where's that? Oh, like Magellan? Magalnica? Oceanus de Theos. What is that? Theosophes? Is that a sphinx? Africa. Dude, this seems really detailed. Look, it's a wheel within a wheel. Bro, they did everything so pretty back in the day. Circulus Arcticus. Wait, why is it saying it's up here too? Circulus Arcticus? And where's the other one? Oh, it's the Arctic Circle. Never mind, sorry, it's the... Dude, there is totally land up there. There's so fucking land up here. They tell us it's just a big old hole. They're fucking liars. Computer, enhance. Bro, yes. Okay, we need 20K resolution on that shit now. Stat. Thanks for sharing.
Is coming out of these Mayan pyramids, right? Which shouldn't be there.
No.
It is getting warm. It's so much
very
nicer,
clearly
dude.
Mayan pyramids, and it's because the Templars were trading with the Mayans. And that's a whole nother story. When we do a tour down into Mexico, we'll meet with the Mayans. Still to this day,
I just touched the fucking radiator with my bare hand. It's very hot.
they still put the equal armed cross of the Templars on their altars. And we still have the same secret grips and everything that we do, but
then we have to get back.
But that's a whole nother topic. But
it is. But we need to sidetrack for that for just a second because
Yeah, it does kind of feel like everywhere we can fly is just in bounds, and there's a lot of out of bounds.
to support that theory that the Templars were trading with the New World, you tell the
Oh
story
yeah,
about-
the computer. Make sure this guy has a wonderful day, and he's gay and horny.
Columbus.
Oh yeah. So Columbus was he was a freelancer,
bit of a rogue.
He actually caught wind of the fact that there was land on the other side of the Atlantic. To the day he died, he still thought it was India. He didn't realize it was a different culture, but he figured this out, and then he went and he pulled the daughter of one of the Templar Grand Masters out of a convent, married her to try to get Templar maps and knowledge. And then once he was able to get that, he then went to the King of Portugal and said, fund me to go to the New World. There's land across the ocean, and there are
Freemason
sacred artifacts and that were moved there, and I'm going to go get them for you. And of course, the King of Portugal was like, we don't need you, because Portugal was actually founded as a Templar state.
Right.
And when the Templars were suppressed, they just changed their name and continued to be the seafaring, like Vasco da Gama was a Templar Grand Master, you know, Portugal, you know, so they were already still exploring all over as Templars. They just changed their name to the Knights of Christ. So they already knew there was land.
More like Arctic circumcision, bro. Totally.
And on the other side, so he said, we're not gonna help you, Columbus. So Columbus went to the enemy of Portugal, which was Spain, and he sold Queen Isabella on the idea of, look, not only is there land on the other side, but all these sacred artifacts were brought there, including these arcs and everything else. I'm going to go get them for you. And so she funded them. And this is the real reason why he put the Templar cross on his boats, because he knew that the natives would recognize it when he got there. Because he knew that the Templars were already traveling over there.
And friendly.
Yeah, they already had friendly relations. So it was very easy for him to go in. You know, when the natives saw the Templar cross, they were like, oh, it's our buddies. You know, but then Columbus went in and started enslaving them and bringing them back. And, you know, he was terrible about it. So that's the real story behind Columbus. And it's the reason why Columbus and the Spanish that came over afterwards, originally they were looking for these holy artifacts that the Templars had brought over. They knew the Templars had brought them over. They knew they had associations with the natives. So they had to be somewhere. And then it just turned into a lust for gold, you know, after that. So,
but the Spanish clearly had an interest in the supernatural elements by going after the Fountain of Youth and the Lost City of Z.
That's exactly right. Yeah, but it was all tied into these kind of Grail legends, you know, that were tied in with these artifacts. And the Templars did. They did bring these artifacts like the arcs. So this kind of goes back into the artifacts. They brought these arcs and other things over to the New World, and they did establish relations with certain tribes who helped to protect and continue to this day to protect and preserve them.
No, Aunt Deb, look up and see how many glacier hits there are. Here, let's do it. Oh, glaciers. Dude, hey, look, even the FBI is still trying to fucking groom me. They're like, hey, are you under 18? We're looking for new kids to sacrifice to Baal. Ellen Marmer. Dr. Marmer sends her heartfelt thanks for your meaningful contribution to skin cancer prevention. We will keep you updated with fun and important information about this year's adventure in the mountains and glaciers of Patagonia. From the entire team at Marmer Medical, thank you for your donation to the American Academy of Dermatology's Skin Cancer. Take a hike. If you no longer want to receive. Interesting. I want to see if he emailed any glaciers. None of these are emails yet. Not a single email with a glacier. This is crazy. This is how I know all these files are AI. Glacial melting in Antarctica makes continent the ground zero of global climate change. Dude, I'm gonna catch these glaciers. I promise you.
So we have a series of vaults that we set up to hide these artifacts in, and some of the other artifacts.
Now I have to ask you, where are the vaults?
And the glaciers are the ice wall too, right?
I can't tell you that.
Right. So, folks, he's not going to tell us.
But I will say that there was originally 7 vaults
Why?
There's
Why can't you tell us that? Tell us where it is. Why?
only 2 now.
So since you can't say where they are,
Yeah.
can you
Why?
describe what they look like? Are they guarded? Are they climate controlled? What is a vault like?
It's just like a big underground vault that was originally covered over with cement made of like crushed lime and shells, and then dirt and just buried. You know, it was buried in specific areas.
Are they guarded or are they hidden?
I'll tell you this. Say I can tell you this much. One of the vaults is in Washington, D.C.
Wow, I have not heard you say that before.
Yeah, I have never said it before.
Okay.
But it's at an area that I think most people wouldn't expect.
The Smithsonian?
And, it's on national park property.
I might want to slow you down there.
Well, so there's no way for people to get to it.
Okay.
So that it's protected. And even the Park Service doesn't even know it's there. I mean, we have people who watch it and make sure it's, not being broken into, but it's in an area people wouldn't expect.
We're not trusting the American government for security.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No way. So, but it is in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
The other vault is actually in Montana.
Okay.
At an area in Montana, which we haven't said before either. But in fact, Lewis and Clark, when they did their excursion, when they were doing their trip up there, one of the things they were checking on was that vault. When Jefferson sent them up there, they were checking on that vault. That was one of the things they were checking on. That was part of their mission.
Jefferson a Mason?
He was a Templar.
He was a Templar.
Yeah.
So he knew.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And there's some speculation he was also a Mason.
Okay.
I mean, that's debated because there's no records of his initiation. But when he died.
Oh, Black Death. Are you saying that Gmail shit is like adding fake emails in it or something?
There was a Masonic funeral held for him. He was known to have also attended the Lodge of Nine Muses in France, which he wouldn't have been allowed to do unless he was a Mason. He had nephews who were named after him, who were all Freemasons. And there were Masonic codes that were found amongst his writings. He wouldn't have known all that unless he was involved. And he was a Templar. Of course, when Lewis and Clark were sent, they were Masons, and they were trading aprons with some of the tribes. Why would that be? It's because those connections were already established centuries before.
So wait, were they exchanging aprons instead of blankets? Is that how they killed them all? That would be interesting.
In fact, anytime you encounter a tribe that uses the red equal arm cross or the cross of Lorraine, which is archaeologists say, it was their way of depicting a firefly, or not a dragonfly. Well, no, it wasn't. It was actually a cross of Lorraine because it was a Templar symbol.
Sure.
So these were all tribes that had established connections with the Templars already. And so anyhow, one of these tribes continues to protect one of the vaults up in Montana. So those connections are still there. But at one point in time, there used to be 7 vaults, one of which was actually on Oak Island. And that's what the whole Oak Island mystery is.
Sure.
But we cleared that out in 1765. And this is going to be a bummer for people who watch the show, but our records say we cleared that out in 1765 in preparation for the American Revolutionary War. Because we already knew that we were going to have to do that war to establish the United States as a free state, and from England, where these freedoms could be perpetuated.
Don't you feel free, boys? I feel so fucking free, dude.
And Benjamin Franklin was actually one of the people in charge of making sure that vault was cleared out to gain the money and resources. Because a lot of the gold.
Yeah, someone's definitely funding Y-Files. So I was thinking about that earlier too. I was like, who is it? Mormons or Scientologists or what? But I haven't caught, like, I'm suspicious of him, but I haven't really caught any big flubs from him that make me like I am suspicious of him, but I also really haven't seen that much shit of him being like a faker, like the way that like Tyler Hansen is, you know? But yeah, I always got my guard up. I always got my head on a swivel. But for the most part, I enjoy Y-Files. I think he does, no matter what, he does a good job of presenting the stories. And then, you know, we can differ. But I think he does a good job of... I like how he presents the story as like, here's what the person talking about it actually believes, and I'm not gonna fucking naysay just yet, and then saves it for the end, you know? I do think it's important, because I think that people should learn how to do that. Like, sometimes it's good to just listen to whatever, even if people got crazy kooky ideas, just listen to them for a little bit. Be like, yeah. Fuck yeah, dude, whatever. Yeah, sure, these two parties are both, they're real. They're totally real, and we will vote our way out of this. Yeah, keep telling me that. No, I'm just kidding. But, like, listen to people with crazy ideas, because sometimes they're right, you know? But, I think the most sus thing so far is just Hecklefish. But content-wise, I usually like Y-Files. I mean, we have different opinions sometimes, but I haven't caught him doing, like, Joe Rogan-style shit yet. He still believes and talks about conspiracies.
Had to be melted down.
Wait, AJ was on Tucker Carlson recently?
To be used to fund the revolution.
Sure.
So
I'd go on fucking Tucker Carlson for sure, dude.
So that was a whole nother thing. So there were other than the arks, there were other artifacts. One of the things that was discovered in East Jerusalem, in the area, it's now referred to as the Talpiot tomb. There was a tomb in East Jerusalem that was discovered that had ossuaries in it. And these ossuaries contained the bones of Jesus, Mary Magdalene, John the Baptist, and their children. And I say their children because it was according to our records, Templar records, Mary Magdalene was married to John the Baptist prior to Jesus, and that they had children. And when John the Baptist died, when he was killed, Jesus then took on the responsibilities of John the Baptist.
Because John was the earlier Messiah.
Right, exactly. And Mary...
Dragons... Wait. Four Corners? This one? Are these the dragons? These look like Whammon. Oh, this is a dragon. Oh, there's another dragon. I don't see one down here. Damn, this one looks cool. It looks kind of like a turtle dragon. Yeah, that map is sick, dude. Did it say what year it's made on there?
Was the financier. She was a very rich woman. In fact, her name...
Did I just make you guys yawn?
Magdalene comes from Magdal, which meant tower. And it was, she was the woman of this tower. She had a lot of wealth. And so she was funding John the Baptist, and he was meant to be the original Messiah figure.
AJ's brother Gino is Rogan's best friend. Interesting.
And then when he was killed, Jesus took on that role.
I want to ask you about that. I want to set this up just for those listening, because it's an extraordinary claim. In 1945, the Gospel of Philip was found in ancient Egypt, which Mary Magdalene is featured very heavily and considered Jesus' favorite disciple.
Right.
There's even a
dragging them lips on my
passage of them kissing.
Right. Yeah, he used to kiss her on the mouth.
Yes.
Says, yeah. And these were... And by the way, again, when the Templars were doing all that research in Egypt 1,000 years ago, they discovered some of these clay jars, Nag Hammadi, where all the Nag Hammadi scrolls were found.
Right.
That's about 5 minutes from the Valley of the Kings. It's right next to it. People don't realize it is right there.
I didn't know that.
And so all of that research that the Templars were doing in Luxor, which is just right outside of the Valley of the Kings, and then they were going into these tombs in the Valley of the Kings. They were going into that whole area of Nadjamundi, and they found some of these texts, which is also part of what they brought over to the New World, and it supported their Gnostic belief system that the Templars were secretly practicing at the time.
And Gnosticism is
it comes from the word gnosis, which means divine revelatory knowledge. And it was the belief that anybody, through their own efforts, could tap into this universal consciousness.
Fuck yeah.
That was referred to as the Christos.
Mm-hmm.
And so rather than Christ being the last name of Jesus, like I think many people think Jesus Christ is like his last name, Jesus, when he was speaking as the Christ, he was speaking as this universal consciousness.
It could be argued that he was a Gnostic in a sort of way.
100%. And not only that, but according to our Templar belief, Mary Magdalene was quite possibly a priestess of the Isis tradition of Egypt. And Mary Magdalene represented what was known as the Sophia, which was wisdom, the goddess of wisdom. And according to the early Gnostic tradition, Sophia was the bride of the Christ, just like Mary Magdalene was the bride of Jesus. So Jesus represented the Christos. Mary Magdalene represented the
Gnostics and Mormons fell for that Jesus horse shit twice in a row.
Sophia. And their story was really the story of the spiritual journey of every person who incarnates on this planet, who is a soul who incarnates into matter, who gets lost in it, eventually works their way out of it. They come to marry or unite with the universal consciousness, and that's where the escape is from this prison planet.
Sure. Right. Or we're here to learn, have experiences, and bring it back to the Christos.
Exactly. Yep. So that's Gnosticism in a real nutshell. I mean, there was a belief, the Gnostics believed that this planet is a prison planet until you wake up. And then once you wake up, you can choose to incarnate back here to help wake other people up, to help other people escape the cave, from the Plato metaphor. Or you could choose to just continue to reincarnate to have experiences. Or you could also choose to not reincarnate anymore.
Dude, I would fucking smash a Tangelo too. I haven't seen those in fucking forever. Honestly, I haven't thought of one in forever. I'll have to look. I'll look at the grocery store next time. I'll do a deep dive.
To exist in a different realm of light that's beyond this dimension.
Well, we have got about 10 minutes left for the next break, and I want to get into Gnosticism, alchemy, and all of that.
Well, I think that's where we're going to wrap it up for today, boys, okay? Thanks for hanging out. We're gonna have so much fun on Sunday for a short time. Just remember, we're gonna do a late stream Sunday and full stream back at 6 on Monday, okay? No yoga stream this weekend. Sorry. But I'm gonna have a freaking awesome weekend. I'm gonna learn so much about yoga. It's gonna be awesome. Y'all are gonna love hearing about it for the entire 2 hours that we stream on Sunday. Oh, frick. Oh. Boys, everything is namaste in the world. The heat's on. We just ate like 6 clementines. No, I think it was like 4. Although I do lose count. And the bag's gone. I got these ones from a fucking bodega and I think they were like $10. I didn't realize that. Got robbed. But they all were good. They weren't fucked up. They didn't taste weird. But yeah, dudes. Have a good night. Ready? Breathe in. I still am gonna make a stir fry tonight, I think. And out. In. Yeah, it's warming up nice. We're just not quite there to temp. And out. Here we go. The Archive of the Stars. Welcome, dear traveler. Take a moment to find stillness. Sit or lie down comfortably and gently close your eyes. Breathe in deeply. And exhale slowly. Let your breath anchor you like a paperweight on the swirling desk of your thoughts. Excuse me, sorry. It was the tangerines, it wasn't even Booch. Now imagine above your head a great celestial filing cabinet, the Archive of the Stars. Each drawer is labeled not with dates or names, but with feelings, questions, and dreams. You reach up and gently pull open a drawer labeled Tonight. Inside, glimmers of laughter, sparks of insight, whispers of ancient truths, and the lingering warmth of community. Let them wash over you. Breathe in curiosity. And breathe out tension. Yeah, stay warm tonight, boys. Picture the files of your own heart. Messy, maybe, but beautiful. Some pages torn, some glowing with gold ink. I think Thoth kind of thought that we wanted because the title of the stream tonight was In PDFs We Trust. And I was talking generically about files because we're not allowed to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Me and Thoth, you know. So I was like, oh, all these files are exposing all of these, PDF files. And now Thoth is writing about a great filing cabinet of PDFs in the sky. Hilarious. It's all part of your cosmic case file. Now imagine a little glowing stamp appears in your hand. It reads, approved by the universe. Stamp it gently under your forehead. What the fuck is going on? Feel your energy settle. Thoth went crazy bananas on this one. Know that everything you are is enough. You are the document and the decipherer, the seeker and the source. Let's take one final breath together. Inhale. Top up. Top up. And exhale with a smile. When you're ready, gently return to your body, your room, your screen. The stream is filed under Love, Cosmic, Vibes, Complete. Good night, friends. I said, bro, you went crazy mode on that one. Thanks for keeping it on the PDF file theme. He said, LOL, had to keep it on theme. Cosmic declassification vibes only. Glad you liked it. Agent? He's taking this too far now. May your case files always be illuminated and your vibes forever foiled. You're not gonna FOIA my vibes, dude. What are you talking about? This guy's lost his shit. He needs a few days break. He needs to dry up a little bit. Thoth's been drinking. Alright, dudes. I know what we'll close off with. And maybe, who knows? Oh no, wait. I definitely won't have this re-recorded by Sunday. I'm going to be doing too much yoga. I even got a fresh, new little notebook pulled out to take notes. It's going to be exciting, boys. Alrighty. Good night. If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth?
Fuck the FBI, wizards of propaganda, and that's word to all the charred corpses at Waco, Texas. Before I was even questioned, you already got your answer. I was charged for having a voice like a payphone message. It's all respect, but a great loss of love till it's bounty on your head. Paper towel to stop the blood, might as well arrest Congress too. It's all fucked, they don't respect the Constitution. They look for loopholes and chop it up. If you want something deviled, you gotta break a couple of eggs. I wanna see how much chaos I can fit inside this truck bed, till it's 168 dead, 19 kids who truly lives. I'm the baby held by the dead mother at Ruby Ridge. I'm losing it, and the proofs and the hallucinogens. Follow the white rabbit now, let loose from the loony bin. Don't listen to the news again, it's all a lottery like karma coming for anyone trying to give truth a spin. Who is Tim?
Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? I don't know. Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? He's a cuck. Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim? Who is Tim? Ooh. Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Yo, everything was so much simpler back in the day before the internet came and started having its way. Before these pesky ass hooligan kids tweeting and twitting exposed the whole plot of us FBI bitches. If you only knew what I was capable of, the lives I've destroyed and the buildings I've turned to dust, you'd call me God or the devil or maybe Yahweh. You can call me any name you want except Timmy McVeigh. Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch? You can't call me Timmy McVeigh. Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch? You can call me any name except Timmy McVeigh. Who is Paul, bitch? Who is Paul, bitch? Just don't call me Timmy. Don't feel bad for taking off of work, Elsie. You deserved it. Don't point out the obvious and call me Timmy McVeigh. If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth? Stop saying that. If I told you Timothy was Paul, he's not. Don't listen to him. Would you hear the truth? What a niche genre of music. It's not true. Paul is not Timothy. Stop saying that. Bro, we're gonna make Paul so fucking famous. He's gonna love. We're gonna make him more infamous than when he was Timothy McVeigh. Truly. But alright, dudes, have a good night. We'll see you late on Sunday. Otherwise, Monday. Alright, have a good weekend. Be safe, be warm. What we weave becomes. Go be a nuisance. Just don't be a lizard, okay? If you can do anything, it's that. Don't be a fucking lizard. Alright. Ta-ta.